they said they're asking for credit. Yeah.
We're going to ask that there's no cameras.
Please, folks. Thank you. Ceremony. Thank you, folks. No cameras.
Next time she's going to run. Somebody's going to pay all their expenses. So, fine.
Good morning. May I get your attention? I see a lot of people still milling at the back. Can I get your attention? Thank you. Good morning. Thank you again for your patience. I appreciate again that it was a long day yesterday. At this point, I understand that candidate Pratt would like to address the Assembly. I would like to invite him to make his way up to the podium now.
Yep, right here. Your family's right behind you. Okay, go ahead. You're just going to go up right to the microphone. Family's going to be with you. Yep, you're going to speak. Chiefs.
Thank you. First of all, everybody, I want to acknowledge the elders that lifted the pipes for us this morning. I want to acknowledge and I want to thank the Algonquin people too for hosting us on their territory. Chief White Duck and your people and the Algonquin people, let's give them a hand clap for hosting us on their territory. I want to thank the chiefs, the elders, the youth, the veterans, and all of our people for giving me the opportunity to run as your national chief. And there's a lot of people I want to thank. I want to thank, number one, my family for standing with me from day one. My chiefs in Saskatchewan that stood with me from day one. My campaign team, I don't know where they are. They're probably all sleeping because we've been up a lot. I won't be surprised if they sleep for 12 hours. But I want to thank my campaign team, and I want to acknowledge all of them that are here, our Grand Chief Hardlot and all the executive members too that stood with me from day one and that believed in me, and all the chiefs across Canada. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to sit with you because I learned so much in the last 3.5 months. I learned about your issues. I learned about the challenges that you're facing. I learned about the different things that are happening within each of your regions and how you continue to fight against the Canadian state and their unjust policies and legislations, as well as the provinces and territories that continue to take assumed jurisdiction from under our noses. I want to acknowledge you, chiefs, for sharing that with me today. And the decision to concede is never an easy decision. I know a lot of our chiefs that wanted me to keep going and pushing the fight. But I knew that it wasn't doing our convention any good to prolong it. When we're facing a housing crisis, when we're facing a suicide, opioid, crystal meth epidemic in this country, when the jails continue to be filled with our people from one end of this country to the other, when our lands and our resources continue to be stolen by industry working side by side with government, the issues are too important for us to hold back the next national chief from taking over. And I want to let the convention know today, I want all of our chiefs and I want all of Canada. You leave here with one blurb from me. We leave here united. We leave here behind our national chief. We're back, and the future belongs to First Nations people. Hi, miigwech, mercy cho, panamia, panamia. And I don't know where Cindy is. She's on the side waiting to come up and to be sworn in. Thank you, chiefs. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Acknowledge all of you. I shake all of your hands. I thank all of you. Our work's not done yet. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to keep being a thorn in Canada's side. You can be seated. I was joking with our staff this morning. Boy, the bureaucrats in Saskatchewan must be just scared. They've been holding all their proposals up, but wait till Monday morning. I want to acknowledge the executive. Come together, executive, and I know you will. Support our new national chief. And I want to tell Cindy, where is she? She's probably getting interviewed by media. I want to tell our new national chief, she has my 110% support. Her success is all of our success. So let's lay aside the animosity. I tell this to everybody. Let's lay aside all the negativity. Let's lay aside all the garbage. Let's lay aside all the voices. Let's lay aside all the negativity from the media, and let's come together and let's be the powerful, united AFN that we are, were, and will be. So thank you. Thank you. I might take off here a little bit, but it's not because I'm mad or leaving here sad or anything. I'm not leaving here mad or sad. I want to get some sleep. But I also want to get back to work at home. I've missed work. I've missed my region. And I want to thank all the chiefs from Saskatchewan that overwhelmingly supported me. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart to FSIN and our chiefs. Now I'm ready to go back in the trenches at FSIN. I'm ready to go back in the trenches at Chiefs Committee on Health. I'm ready to go back in the trenches of the Northern Alliance of Remote Communities and get the work going that needs to be done for our kids and for our people. Miigwech, have a good day.
They're saying congratulations or say thank you. Thank you. That's our national chief. Can I give you a hug? Okay, we have more.
I ask you to stand, and it's my honor and my great privilege to introduce our next national chief, Cindy Woodhouse-Neepanak. Hi, hi. Hello. Okay. Oh, sorry. They have they have to swear in and all this stuff. Sorry, folks. I got ahead of myself, but you can be seated.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Candidate Pratt, and I really appreciate your efforts and the efforts of, frankly, each and every candidate through the entire election. A very impressive set of candidates. Congratulations to Cindy Woodhouse, the National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations elect. per the AFN Charter, I require a motion to destroy the ballots.
I make a motion.
The motion reads on the screen, be it resolved that the chiefs in assembly now direct the chief electoral officer to take necessary steps to destroy the ballots and erase the data stored in Simply Voting according to the AFN Charter. I need a mover and a seconder. Microphone 2, please.
Lampro from Chakin. I move.
Thank you. And a second, microphone 2.
Cook B. Lee Spahan, Chief Co-Water Band, BC.
Thank you very much. Encore, may I have you open the polling in Zoom? And those in the room physically with us now, any opposed to the motion proposed?
Look on your side. I see none.
Seeing none, any abstentions? Is that a question? Can we take a question?
Question on 2.
There's a question on mic 2.
Good morning, still morning, right? Regina Crowchild, proxy for Chief Roy from Whitney from Sutina. You know, you said according to the charter. This happened before. The charter says 60%. Oh, by the way, congratulations, Chief Woodhouse. This is not directed at you personally, but the charter says you have to get 60% of the chiefs in assembly to vote. What? It doesn't matter. The the charter said, don't argue with me, I'm just trying to straighten something out here. You know, it says according to the AFN Charter Appendix AB1. So does AB1 says, does it say, if a candidate withdraws and the last candidate, the elected one, gets less than 60%, that it's okay? I'm questioning the charter, not these chiefs or Cindy. I want to get that straight, because that's what happened when Chief Archibald was, and then there was just problems after that. And I'd like to get that sorted out. The other thing too is, while I'm here, and I want to congratulate Cindy on her win, Chief Woodhouse. I'm sorry, Cindy, I keep calling you by your first name. But anyway, and I hope now that the executive, mind you, Chief Woodhouse is with the executive, that the executive will sit down and work together and make this organization accountable to the chiefs. That has to take place, and no more in-house bickering.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
But I'd like to get an answer on that.
Thank you. So I believe your comments have been heard. The charter does state 60%. The charter is also not specific to other matters on this, and this is a precedent that has occurred in the past with the AFN. I believe that your comment is well heard by the entire Assembly, and I would assume that further discussion will occur on the matter. Thank you very much. I'll move back to the, sorry? Yeah. I'm moving back to the resolution on the floor that we were looking for abstentions at the time, so I'm seeking if there's any abstentions. Seeing none. Sorry, yeah. And we need to close the Zoom poll at this point. Thank you. The motion is carried. It has been a privilege to serve the Chiefs in Assembly. Thank you to all the members of the elections team, You've been amazing. Thank you also to the many elders and veterans whose prayers and service guided this event throughout. At this point, I will return the assembly to the co-chairs. Congratulations again.
Miigwech. We will now reconvene the Chiefs in Assembly and continue on with the protocols. At this point, we would like to acknowledge and give thanks to the Chief Electoral Officer, Ron Loffer, as well as his team, as well as all chiefs and proxies for participating in the election for National Chief. At this point, we now invite Cindy Woodhouse to make her way to the front for the swearing-in ceremony and the oath of office, and then to address the Assembly. We now call upon co-chairs of the AFN Knowledge Keepers Council, Dr. Gwen Point and Chuck Hume, to conduct the swearing-in ceremony and the signing of the oath of office for National Chief Cindy Woodhouse.
Oath of office for the National Chief. Hear me, elders, chiefs, and citizens of the First Nations, as well as friends and guests here assembled.
Hear me, elders, chiefs, and citizens of the First Nations, as well as friends and guests here assembled.
In your sight and in your hearing, I, Cindy Woodhouse, take up the duties of National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations.
In your sight and in your hearing, I, Cindy Woodhouse Neepanak, take up the duties of National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations.
I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to fulfill these duties as they are outlined in our charter to the best of my abilities.
I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to fulfill these duties as they are outlined in our charter to the best of my abilities.
I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to place the needs of our Assembly above my own comfort.
I solemnly promise and I sincerely pledge to place the needs of our Assembly above my own comfort.
I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to watch for all dangers and to give you warning.
I solemnly promise and I sincerely pledge to watch of all dangers and to give you warning.
I solemnly promise and to sincerely pledge to watch for opportunities to strengthen our peoples and to aid all such efforts.
I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to watch for opportunities to strengthen our peoples and to aid all such efforts.
Elders, chiefs, and citizens of the First Nations, as well as friends and guests here assembled, you have heard my promises made without equivocation.
Elders, chiefs, and citizens of the First Nations, as well as friends and guests here assembled, you have heard my promises made without equivocation.
I will ever call on the Great Spirit for wisdom and help in carrying them out.
I will ever call on the Great Spirit for wisdom and help in carrying them out.
This day in the year of 2023 at Ottawa, Ontario.
This seventh day of 2023, in the year of 2023 at Ottawa, Ontario, Algonquin, Anishinaabe territory. That's got to be added on there.
National Chief, we're going to have you sign this. We have a pin that we're going to keep. Yes, put the medallion on, Chuck, please. Right here, National Chief, if you can sign both copies, okay? One is for you and one is for the Assembly. Right here. Now, can we have Gwen? Gwen, if you can sign here and here.
My baby.
Chuck, right there and right here. Two of them. Let's push this over.
I will now ask everyone to please rise. We would like to welcome new National Chief Cindy Woodhouse. The Eagle River Drum provide an honor song.
Yes, they did.
Miigwech for the honor song. And now on behalf of the AFN co-chairs, Adam and I, we would like to congratulate newly elected National Chief Cindy Woodhouse. Yes, yes. And we now invite you to the podium to address the Assembly. Miigwech, thank you so much. Over to you, Cindy.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge the Algonquin Anishinaabe territory that we're on. And we just signed documents, and I know it says Ottawa, Ontario, and there's many things that need to be fixed within this assembly, including acknowledge our traditional territories. When we write documents like that are so important, that we acknowledge our traditional territories, because every piece of square inch in this country and across Turtle Island is Indian land. I'd like to thank, there's so many, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here. And first and foremost, I want to thank the candidates. You know, when you're in an election like this, you spend days with each other and you become family. But I'm happy that today, David and I had a long discussion last night. We had a long discussion this morning. And of course, our National Chief, Joanna Bernard, and we came together in a good way, because we have to work for you. We can't, this isn't about us. I had a call from Vancouver's east side from somebody very dear to me, and they called and they said, is the election done yet? And this is somebody that's homeless and on our streets in Vancouver's east side, and they're watching what we're doing here right now. And those are the people that we have to stand up and fight for. And so Canada, if you're listening, to Canada and to Canadians, we need your support. You have to work with First Nations people in a good way. We are here in a good way. I've been raised like that from my father, and the teachings of my mother, that we have to work with all people. But at the same time, there's a point where if you don't listen to our people, and you don't listen to our chiefs, and you don't answer them, then there's problems. And so to Canada, we're coming for you. Yeah. I know it's been a long week, and I know that many of you have stayed around a lot. You know, we had a long night last night, so just in closing, I know that we have a lot of work to do. I want to thank the chiefs that came before me, all of my chiefs that are here, the chiefs, and many of them that have left, the late Chief Francis Flett, and Perry Bellegarde, former national chief, who I traveled with for 6 years from coast to coast to coast to many of your communities. And now for the past 3 years, I've been working with my Manitoba chiefs directly. I'm right here, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just in a different city now, as with all of you. And my role every day is going to be to answer the calls of our chiefs. And that's the duty of the national chief. And to the Assembly of First Nations staff, we have a meeting, and our first meeting is we work for the chiefs first and foremost, and we work for our First Nations people, and we get them their results every time that they call. And I know that you have, but we need to make sure that we have space within the Assembly of First Nations, that when they come to Ottawa, that office is your office. That is your office. That's not my office, that's your office. Yeah. I also want to thank trailblazers that many women that came before me. Margaret Swan, where's Margaret? Margaret was, I used to babysit her children when she was she was our first woman Grand Chief back in the 90s in Manitoba. And you trailblazed and broke down a lot of doors for our people. And I know sometimes the boys were tough on you, but watching you, I've seen you never gave up, and you're still standing here, helping us to try and close major gaps for our kids in this country. And so I uplift you for that work, and Florence McLean. that Lake Manitoba First Nations, even Chief Cornell McLean, I don't know if he's here, but all of our chiefs, and I have to say, I commend from Manitoba, we have our first Grand Chief from the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, Kathy Merrick, and there's a lot of movement here. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I also want to thank Roseanne Archibald, because she smashed glass ceilings for all of us, you know, and I know that things aren't easy and that, you know, but I lift you up. I lift you up in a good way. And I hope that we can all come together, all of us, because we have to be united in this assembly. We have to love each other. I also want to thank Interim National Chief Joanna Bernard, who has worked tirelessly for all these months in a time of hardship, that she stepped up and showed strong leadership, even this morning, walking in with us in a good way, because we know how difficult it is, and one person can't do it alone. I need each and every one of you. So in closing, I want to thank my children, Kyler, Colt, and Jade. I want to thank my parents who are here with me, Lorette and Garnet Woodhouse. Mom never had, you know, my grandmother went through a lot, and so she never raised Mom. Granny raised Mom, but my mom was sent to different homes right off the bat. There wasn't the child welfare system back then, so whoever on the community could keep her kept her. And of course, her father is, you know, he's non-native, and he also left, and so they're both at fault equally. But she had a tough life, and yet she always kept her faith in Creator. She always kept her faith in God, and she gave us a good home, and she has a master's degree now in education. And all this, everything was against her, everything. So I uplift you, Mom. To my dad, who's, you know, he's always been a counselor and a chief, and people would be at our door every day looking, because our people are suffering out there, and I've seen it firsthand, right growing up, right since I was born, and people would be at our house, and Dad would always make sure that nobody went hungry. And I thank you, Dad, for your dedication, your strong leadership, and for giving me a good home. Yeah. My late grandmother, I know that her daughter Shirley's here, and Carla, my, you know, Granny raised up Mom, and I had to spend 3 days a week with her, and I'm so glad for that, because she'd make me sit and pray for 30 minutes, and I used to get mad going there. Mom, Granny makes me pray long, but she'd be praying in our language, and I'm so thankful. So Granny, I know you're here with us. Miigwech, miigwech, miigwech. Yeah. I want to thank our chiefs and my nominators. There's Chief Shirlene Gale and Chief Ted Williams, and there's so many people, Chief Kyra Wilson, Chief David Crate. I lift you all up and thank you for being there for me in a good way. My campaign team, I want to thank you all for being here. And I want to thank all those, like I said, those people that came before me, the regional chiefs. I look forward to getting to work with you right away. And the AFN staff, the elections team, look at how professional this is run. And I know that we have some charter things that we have to change. We'll do that together. And I'm looking forward to working in my first 100 days right away. I'd committed to you that I'd be on the phone. I will be on the phone this afternoon, because our people need housing, and our people need economic development. We need policing and justice for our communities, so that we have safe communities, because we're dealing with a lot of, you know, a drug epidemic. And my condolences to so many of you. Us too in our community, we face that, and right across this country, I hear over and over again about the things that our people face, and we see it. You know, we see it on our streets and in every town and community in this country. And there's a federal budget coming up in March. Canada, you cannot forget First Nations. You take our money from our lands, you have to make sure that you work with us to get that out the door to our communities. So in closing, I want to thank you, and I lift you all up in a good way, and I look forward to working with each and every one of our chiefs. Miigwech, miigwech, miigwech. From the bottom of my heart, I am here for you and I work for you. Thank you. For the history of, the history of the Assembly of First Nations, my husband joined me today and yesterday and this week, and I want to thank him. He's a strong educator, and he always makes sure that these guys are organized from day to day to day. He's always done well for our people in that way, and I know that he's quieter, but it takes a special man to be married to somebody who does this work. So I thank you. Miigwech.
We were negotiating for speech, but I think we'll wait. So, Chimiigwech National Chief, Cindy Woodhouse. Chimiigwech. Yeah. Okay, so you can now go to your seat and please be seated and be comfortable because we will now resume this AFN SCA session, and I call this meeting to order. And I wish you all a very great day, productive day, great discussions, a lot of work before us, so we have a good day. I acknowledge that there chiefs at the microphone. I didn't expect that, but let's go to microphone number 1 and 2 very, very quickly, please, before we start the day. So microphone number 1, please.
Chief Wilfred King, Kiasaging Nishnabek. Bonjour, Gima, Gima, Dijnakas, Kiasaging Donji, Ogishkaminsin, Mizene, Dodem. First of all, I'd like to bring up some of the issues that were raised yesterday and this morning about how the elections are conducted. And I know that under Appendix A, we talked about the subsection F, it talked about the conduct of the election and the requirement of 60%. Again, it was raised this morning. And that requirement is the 60% of the registered voters. I would like to see that changed where we have perhaps 60% of the votes cast. And secondly, perhaps, the 15% threshold should be changed. In addition to that, maybe the final 2 candidates would go with a majority vote. But before we entertain that, I'd like to congratulate the new national chief in her election. I also like to congratulate Vice Chief Pratt. I congratulate him for doing the right and honorable thing and conceding. And he's a very strong leader. He had a very powerful speech, and I want to thank him for doing what he had done, and so that we could continue with our business. So with that, I'm not sure if there's a resolution needed to be entertained so that we could work on this amendments to the charter. And the next time that we meet, we could have that discussion and debate in terms of amending the charter so that we don't run into these issues again. Chimiigwech.
Chimiigwech. Chief, so I remind you that, and kindly remind you that it's not a discussion session at this moment. We were about to, we have a lot of things on the agenda planned for today. I acknowledge 3 chiefs at the moment at the microphone. Oh, and I will ask you please to get prepared. We'll have a song right now. Thank you very much.
He could have answered that election question.
We will not. Chi Miigwech for the song. Miigwech. Okay, just a last comment. Thank you, chiefs, for comments regarding the changes, the proposed changes to the charter. We heard you. Comments were noted, and everything dealing with elections, resolution committee, and the executive will take that back and come forward to the next assembly, but a lot of work will be done, discussions, but right now is not a time to continue this discussion. We heard you. So as your co-chair, I would like to be respectful to all of you, and I know that you want to work today, a lot of work today that is planned, so I want to respect all of you. So that was the last comment for today in this regard. Yeah. So, and I already accepted to acknowledge two chiefs that were already on the microphone, and the conversation after that will be closed. And I'll turn the floor over to Adam, to my colleague Adam. So, on that, if I can please ask you to be very brief with your comment. So we'll go with microphone number 2 and then microphone number 1, and then I'll turn the floor over to Adam. So over to you, microphone number 2.
Thank you for giving me the time.
I'm sorry, Chief. I'm going to ask you.
My name is Donnie Morris, Chief of Kichinamik, and I was brought up in a religious lifestyle. And I want to make this time where I want our national chief to sit up front with her husband and her 2 kids. And I believe there are others that would like to come up. We would like to bless her family, because the journey she's going to walk is going to be very hard on her and her family. Okay, yeah. Well, and that's, I just want to bless them. I want to give my blessing to them. I want to leave my blessing for them. Don't forget, I gave my time to you guys yesterday at the election process. So give me this time. I'm pretty sure other people will come up with me when we sit them up front to give them our blessing. You know, Dash? Nada going not to Shiga Minan. You know, the Najagana Shim, we are back watching one. Jak pisała sam na jak się dojka. Maybe we're going to go here, guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I understood, but I think I did. So
yeah.
With your last comment. So
yeah.
Okay. So we'll allow a few minutes for your request. Thank you, Chief. Okay, Chief, so I'm not sure if your request was heard. So what I suggest at this moment, we'll go to the last comment at microphone number 1, and then we'll come back. And I encourage you to maybe reach out and make sure, because I'm not the one, I need instruction on that to accept that. So we'll go to microphone, last speaker, microphone number 1, and then we'll come back on that, and then we'll start the day in a good way with what is proposed on the agenda. So over to microphone number 1, if you can please state your name, please.
Chief Kelsey Jacko from Cold Lake First Nations in Alberta. And I just want to thank the Creator for another day. You know, we still have a purpose. And I want to congratulate Cindy, you know, for being National Chief. So Masi. And my concerns is about the resolutions. You know, we wasted a bunch of time yesterday. We could have dealt with them and whatnot. You know, and then we're going to run out of time here again today. You know, I was here up at the mic complaining about that, you know, and, you know, I'm scared. These resolutions go in the omnibus bill and we're not going to have no input. And then my concern is number 13, of dealing with the treaties. I'm scared that executives going to go back to the executives and I want to have input. So I'm going to request have another special assembly to deal with the resolutions and so we can do business and give the national chief time to look over it. So that's my request to you, chiefs. If we can do that, have a special assembly to deal with the resolutions. Masi Cho.
We don't have the instructions. Thank you very much, Chief. So comment noted. It will be in the minutes. On that, I already closed the speakers list. There was really no speakers list, but we accepted exceptionally some comments. But on that, I'll turn the floor over to my colleague to introduce the next topic, or the first topic on the day today. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Miigwech, thank you very much, Weena. We will now continue on with business. We do have a lot of business to deal with. As we heard from the previous speaker, there are many, many resolutions and we don't have a lot of time, so we will continue on. The rest of the day, here is the agenda. The first items we will be dealing with is the AFN Council's reports. So we will have a number of council reports. We will start with the Knowledge Keepers, and then the AFN Women's Council, the AFN National Youth Council, the First Nations Veterans Council, and then the 2 SLGBTQIA+ Council. Those presentations will take place, and then we will immediately get into resolutions. The plan for resolutions. Again, as indicated, we have many resolutions to deal with. On the agenda, we will be needing to close at 4:30. So here's what will be happening. On day one, we had started with draft resolution number 2, we will deal with that first. We have 3 emergency resolutions that we will deal with, and then we are proposing 6 omnibus resolutions. Omnibus resolutions categorized into social, children and families, rights and justice, governance, health, economic development and infrastructure, and then the support resolutions. We also have 4 other resolutions that we will deal with separately if we have time. So that is the process we will go through. We do not have a lot of time, but again, chiefs, you'd like to get into business. We have business to deal with. We have decisions to be made. So we would like to proceed on that basis. So at this point, I would like to start with the council updates, and again we will start with the Knowledge Keepers. So I'm going to invite Dr. Gwen Point as well as Chuck Hume, who are the co-chairs of the AFN Knowledge Keepers Council. I do see Dr. Point is making her way up, and I know Chuck Hume was in the room. But with that, I now would like to introduce Dr. Point.
Thank you to our chairs and I'd like to acknowledge the traditional territory of the families here and where we're doing this work, the ATIs, the good work. I'd also let you know that Chuck is on his way back from the elders' room. So I'm going to get started just so there's no delay. Acknowledge our new National Chief, each and every one of you in the room. I'm humbled to be here, and I'm humbled to have witnessed the work to date. So the Assembly of First Nation Knowledge Keepers Council has a long history dating back to the beginning of the National Indian Brotherhood that continued through its transition to the AFN. The Council continues to provide thoughtful, perceptive, and valuable contributions to the AFN. The Knowledge Keepers provide guidance throughout the AFN and across the regions. They have been recognized for their calming influence and historical knowledge as a long-standing part of the AFN Charter. The AFN and First Nations leadership has been able to rely upon the historical, spiritual, and cultural knowledge of the Council and its representatives. The Council includes representatives from each of the AFN regions. Currently, the co-chairs are myself, representing the British Columbia AFN, BC AFN, and Chuck Humes, representing the Yukon. The Council includes Yukon Chuck Hume co-chair and Lorraine Nitro. Northwest Territories, John Bekele and Grace Blake. British Columbia, myself as the co-chair, Dr. Robert Joseph and Simpolion Gonzalez. Alberta is Ivy Rain and Lawrence Corey, I don't want to say your last name, Corey, C-O-U-R-O-R-E-I-L-L-E. I have to pay if I mispronounce a name. Saskatchewan, Joe Q, Q-U-E-W-E-Z-A-N-C-E. Manitoba, Mike Maswagan. Ontario, Terry Fiddler, Moni Chakabi, and Barney Baptiste. Quebec and Labrador, Bill Sunday. New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island, Eldon Bernard. Prince Edward Island, Judy Clark. And we do have a vacancy for Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. With that, I'm going to turn the rest of the report over to my friend and my colleague, Chuck Hume.
Is this the same one?
Yeah, it's the same.
Thank you very much. The Knowledge Keepers Council has re-engaged with portfolio discussions, ensuring that each AFN portfolio has an accompanying knowledge keeper to provide guidance. Members regularly update the council on their portfolios during the annual general and special chiefs assemblies. The council continues to meet as required via Zoom, teleconference, calls to stay informed about current events affecting First Nations across the country. First Nations have always upheld protocols, traditions, and ceremonies through the meetings. The Council continues to advocate that First Nations languages, traditions, and ceremonies are always communicated and kept thriving as the foundation for creating stronger nations. The Council has been essential to the AFN's day-to-day business to keep traditions, values, languages, and history at the fore and work to ensure the success and well-being of the youth, just as our ancestors did for us. The Council continues to engage, provide support, and share information with elders within their regions. Throughout the year, the Council continues to make improvements to the Knowledge Keepers Council, terms of reference, and is always prepared to participate in the AFN's charter renewal process. The Council also participates and provides an advisory role in the Chiefs Committee by providing elder services. Next steps moving forward. In the 2024-2025 year, the Knowledge Keepers Council will continue to meet to review and update protocols, traditions, ceremonies, roles, and responsibilities. Assist and support the activities of the AFN Executive Committee, AFN staff, AFN Chiefs Committees, and councils. Conclusion, the Council will meet at the Special Chiefs Assembly on December 5th, 7th, 2023 in Ottawa, Ontario. The Council will continue to provide its guidance as needed to the AFN. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. And the portfolios, we will have another meeting on that and transfer maybe some portfolios back and forth, but we will continue on with the portfolios. We thank you very much. Good exchange.
Good time.
And now, Elder Ted Kelly, thank you. And a big thank you, Chimigwich, to Knowledge Keepers co-chairs, Dr. Gwendolyn Point and Chuck Hume. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Miigwech to the chiefs, to the people of Anishinaabe of this territory. And that's one of the things I wanted to address there from the floor, but they wanted me to be up here. So anyway, the point I wanted to make is that the talk about changing this kind of a procedure on elections, and I would suggest to you, without any acrimony in my comments, without any negativity, but rather trying to propose some amicable way of resolving this particular horrendous election process that we usually go through. I've been involved in this now for something like over 50 years or so, and I know, aside from my telling you how old I am, I wanted to give you some insights, and this is not a resolution, but rather a recommendation. I think I carry a pipe that was used in 1701 when 42 nations, actual nations, not First Nations as Indianat communities, but actual nations that came from the southwest, northwest, and northeast and southeast of Turtle Island, and the land of two mountains, as they now called Montreal and Oka. And that was the great peace that was signed, and one of those pipes that was used at that time is the one that I carry. I have the honor of carrying that. So in that regard, they did not need any corporate bylaws to run their meetings, as I'm sure that you do not need them. Talk about going back to some kind of traditions that you have, my suggestion would be, and I won't go on and on about this, but rather the process is that you have to, I believe, if you're meeting here in the Algonquin-Anishinaabe territory, then you would probably have your election procedures with your executive agreeing that the processes that are used by Anishinaabe in this territory would prevail, to the extent that there is harmony from other nations that do that. You go to British Columbia, you use their procedures, not Canada's corporatization See, and so that's what I'm suggesting. You want to go back to your treaties, you want to go back to who you are and put some order. It's really a call to order is really what I'm talking about. So that if you might want to consider that as a way of eliminating this procedure. And on that note, there's the traditional view of leadership in each one of our nations. You want to go back to your nationhood, the way you do it originally in your nations. I want you to know that from my experience, I have learned that there's a different definition and a different way of recognizing and acknowledging and respecting leadership from the traditional point of view. And that is a leader is not respected because they are leaders. They are leaders because they are respected. And I think that's what we have to revert to. And so, by having done that, and then when that leader steps forward or is appointed, not through the election procedures, but rather the appointment by consensus. How do you arrive at that consensus? So I'm just talking to you in general terms here, and that means that we are practicing what we're talking about. What do we mean by unity when we talk about in our terms? The English terminology is unity. We all come together as if we were assimilating ourselves into one complete way of doing things that we're not. We have distinct, unique cultures and ways of doing things, and so we have to come to respect that. However, there is one principle that I was given to by the spiritual leaders of my elders in my nation, and by my ceremonies that I've been doing to bring me that conviction. We are a family of nations. What does that mean in my language, in Shinaabe language? The word is Ningutote. That's the word, and that means hearts embedded in one heart. So that's what we are when we talk about being a family. All of our hearts are coming embedded in one, even though our spirits are independent, autonomous, and we speak because the Creator gave us life, reason, will, freedom, the body, mind, heart, and spirit. And those are the ones that we bring on behalf of our people. So that's what I wanted to make mention of. The other thing, so I wanted to mention that part, that the leader that you have just appointed and confirmed is in our traditions, and I'm sure in your traditions, a leader is not an appointed supreme leader. All leaders are equal, and they are, but a leader that you so appoint to be the spokesperson or the spokeswoman is one that you confirm to be the first among equals, but not a supreme being. So we remember that in our values and our way of leadership. Those I wanted to thank you very much for the chairs to give me the opportunity of reminding you of these things. And those are the spirits that I think ought to go a long ways in eliminating this kind of a divisive procedure that we go through elections by adhering to corporate bylaws. The National Indian Brotherhood is a corporate body, but we are not, what the Assembly is not run by the National Indian Brotherhood as a corporate body. It's run by you as the individual people representing your individual communities and nations. Miigwech.
Yeah, miigwech. Ted Kelly, miigwech. OK, maintenant, nous allons inviter.
And now we will invite our next panel for the Women's Council report. And I would like to invite the spokesperson, Savannah McGregor, for the Women's Council in the absence of the chair of the Women Council of the AFN, Chief County Big Eagle Cat, could not be with us. So Savannah McGregor and her team, thank you. Miigwech Kakena, Miigwech Eagle River. Vous venez de quitter la salle, mais vous avez fait une magnifique chanson. Alors, bienvenue. Bienvenue sur mon territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabeg. Et bienvenue à tous. Et je veux d'abord reconnaître que nous sommes, oui, je viens de le faire, nous sommes sur le territoire de ma nation.
To congratulate the new National Chief, Cindy Woodhouse. On behalf of the AFN Women's Council, we are looking forward to working with you to address issues facing First Nations women and girls. I'm Grand Chief Savannah McGregor of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Tribal Council, and I'm here on behalf of my Women's Council, and I serve as the AFNQL representative at the national level, and also selected earlier this year as the chair of the National Caucus for Women Leaders, alongside my co-chair, Chief Joanne Miles, who is online. And also I'd like to take a minute to let my other representatives of our council introduce themselves.
Melissa Moses, Women's Representative for the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, but I'm first here as proxy for BC AFN Women's Rep Louisa Hoosty-Jones.
Brenda Gauthier, Women's Council Representative from the Northwest Territories.
Chief Jenny Brake, Hollywood First Nation, Newfoundland, Women's Representative Proxy for Flat Bay Chief Joanne Miles.
Perfect. Miigwech. So we've been working on the MMIWG2S Plus work at the international level. Our Women's Council has advocated to address MMIWG2S Plus issues at the United Nations 67th Commission on the Status of Women, asking the international community to stand with the Indigenous peoples of Canada to honor the rights and aspirations of our women, girls, and gender diverse peoples. We've extended this international advocacy by meeting with our sisters from Mexico and the United States as part of the 5th convening of the Trilateral Working Group on Violence Against Women and Girls. And at the meeting, we advocated for increasing gender diverse and inclusive language within how the working group operates. We've also discussed ways of creating safe spaces for all Indigenous women and how that is key in facilitating collaboration on priority areas like human trafficking and access to justice. Domestic work on the MMIWG2S Plus has been, we've been continuing to advocate for the 231 calls to action to be implemented domestically. We have met with the ministerial special representative appointed by the CERNA minister to review Call for Justice 1.7 and make recommendations on establishing an Indigenous human rights ombudsperson. We've worked on the implementation of Call for Justice 1.7 to establish both an Indigenous human rights ombudsperson and a tribunal that are important human rights mechanisms that have the potential on providing MMIWG2S Plus survivors and families with remedies and redress. We have also participated in recent engagement with MP Leah Gazan and MP Pam Damath on developing an alert for missing Indigenous peoples. We are happy to see the federal government take action on this and stress the importance of working with First Nations MMIWG2S Plus survivors and families. In regards to First Nations women's leadership, the AFN Women's Council has also been working with myself and my co-chair Joanne Miles on the National Caucus of Women Leaders to launch a couple of initiatives to support First Nations women's leadership. We also want to thank our federal partner on this initiative, Women and Gender Equality Canada. I appreciate everyone who stopped by our booth, or just outside of NCWL, in a circle of trade this week to share your insights into how we can develop tools and resources to support First Nations women leaders and those aspiring to become elected leaders. We will continue to work on developing onboarding tools and resources and mentorship program to support those newly elected First Nations women leaders. Thank you for your time to update the Assembly on the work that's happening with the AFN Women's Council. I hope that everyone has a safe evening at the gala tonight and a safe journey home. And miigwech for being here and listening.
Miigwech pour ce rapport du Conseil des femmes qui a été présenté par la porte-parole Savannah McGregor. Merci beaucoup, Chi Miigwech. J'aimerais maintenant inviter à venir s'adresser à vous le président du Conseil des vétérans de l'APN. So, for the Veterans Council update, I would like now to invite to the podium Veteran Percy Joe. Over. I'm sorry. These things happen. I think I went to bed too late yesterday, so I'm human. I'm sorry, I was not looking at the right side. So, I'm sorry, please excuse me. And now please help me welcome to the podium for the Veterans Committee Council an update for the committee. So Veteran Percy Joe, thank you very much. But you're not.
Bonjour, comment ça va? Je suis Alan Knockwood. I am a member of the Sipekne'katik First Nations community in Nova Scotia, Nigama. The portfolio holder for the Assembly of First Nations Veterans is Regional Chief Gerald Atton, who is unable to come at this meeting. First, let me introduce. The First Nations veterans have a long and unique history, which is integral to their role within the Assembly of First Nations. Their contributions have been crucial to the AFN from its early days as the National Indian Brotherhood and eventual transition to the AFN. First Nations veterans play a key role in guiding the NIB AFN's development, particularly with the establishment of the League of Nations and the adoption of its declaration in 1980. This work set a guiding philosophy, shaping today's AFN as a forum for cooperation, advocacy, and support for First Nations. First Nations Veterans Council assists and provides help to First Nations veterans, their families, and communities. First Nations Veterans Council is comprised of First Nations veterans, some of whom have fought in international wars and conflicts, including peacetime through peacekeeping missions. First Nations Veterans Council aims to provide a voice to the concerns raised by many veterans who have suffered from trauma of service or war and the impacts such trauma has had on families over the generations. Regional key issues and activities. First Nations Veterans Council includes the Yukon Carl Sidney, the Northwest Territories Tim O'Loughlin, British Columbia and our First Nations Chair Percy Joe, Alberta Henry Rain, Saskatchewan Tracy Desjardins, Manitoba Chief Lawrence Latendre, Ontario Wendy Jocko and Gerald McGregor, New Brunswick Eldon Bernard and Chief Terry Richardson, Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, me, Alan Knockwood. Key activities and accomplishments. In April 2023, a letter of understanding was signed between the First Nations Veterans Council and Veterans Affairs Canada. The LOU established 4 pillars that the First Nations Veterans Council recognized as priority areas to create dialogue, research, and agreement with the Veterans Affairs Canada to enhance service delivery to veterans. The 4 pillars include: 1, assess and expand outreach activities for First Nations veterans and their families. This pillar includes the establishment of our First Nations Veterans Outreach Agency. 2, to establish clear points of contact for the First Nations veterans in matters of the Veterans Affairs Canada. 3, to increase Indigenous representation in the commemoration of related activities. And 4, support the establishment of historical records of First Nations veterans and soldiers who have served in times of war, military conflicts, and peace, including those undocumented by Canada. With the establishment of a letter of understanding, the First Nations Veterans Council created a working group of FNVC members and Veterans Affairs Canada. Representatives to begin work on the implementation, and the working group met in May 2023 and again in November 2023. In a November meeting, the First Nations Veterans Council established a working relationship with the Minister of Veterans Affairs, the Honourable Jeanette Petipa Taylor. Our next steps in the years 2024-25, First Nations Veterans Council will continue to 1, review the work and current research activities provided by Veterans Affairs Canada and the success rate in reaching the intended recipients of veterans at the community level. 2, research towards establishing a national record of First Nations soldiers who have enlisted and fought on behalf of Canada. 3, to hold meetings between the First Nations Veterans Council and Veterans Affairs Canada for the development of the work plan to implement the 4 pillars of the Letter of Understanding. And 4, plan for the commemoration activities to be held in 2024 and 2025. In conclusion, the First Nations Veterans Council will meet at the Special Chiefs Assembly taking place December 5 to 7, 2003 here in Ottawa. And on behalf of the Veterans First Native Council, I wish to thank all of you, Chiefs, for your continued support. And congratulations to our new Chief, Cindy Woodhouse. I'm Sinogama, all my relations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chimigwich. Spokesperson Nakwood. Okay, and now for the update of the 2SLGBTQIA+ Council, I would now like to call and invite at the podium co-chair, interim co-chair Duani Gaston O'Quin that will provide the update, joined by Chairperson Tyler George. So thank you very much. Over to you. Thank you.
Tansei, Miyogizagao Kakiao, Tyler George, Nitsiga San, Ochapwes Kakishwe, Ojinya. Firstly, I just want to welcome everyone and start by acknowledging the land that we're on, the unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin Anishinaabe territory. Very quickly, I just want to take some time to let my council members who are here with me today to introduce themselves. So at this time, I'll turn it over.
Hot Squile Tanoya, Skohamish, Aslahan Okomeok. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oreen Askew. I'm from the Squamish Nation, and I'm the BC rep on the 2S LGBTQIA+ Council. Thank you.
Masiti Slitagetuan, Yaketsa Yusatini, Artlanglin Shishat Yanadi, Artlanglin Shish Algonquin Kwan. Just wanted to say good to see all of you. Thank the Algonquin people whose land we're on. I'm one of their guests as well. I'm living in Pembroke looking after my elderly father. My name is Dwayne Gastano Kwan. I'm the Yukon rep on the 2S Plus Council. I'm also the interim co-chair, and it's an honor to be here today. So Gunshish Chimigwech.
So, sorry, I'm gonna adjust here. Firstly, I just want to congratulate the newly elected National Chief, Cindy Woodhouse. The 2S LGBTQIA Plus Council is looking forward to working with you to advance priorities of the First Nation, Two-Spirit, and gender diverse communities. We also want to acknowledge Regional Chief Joanne Bernard for her work as the interim chief over the last 6 months. Joanne, her unwavering support for the 2S Council as portfolio holder is very much appreciated. I am here on behalf of the AFN 2S LGBTQIA Plus Council. It's an honor to be selected as the council, to be selected by the council as the first chairperson. I look forward to serving in this role for a 3-year term and leading the 2S Plus Council and advocating for Two-Spirit and gender diverse people in the community. I want to acknowledge our interim co-chair, Dwayne, who has agreed to serve this role until we have a full 2S Council. When we filled the vacancies in Ontario, Newfoundland, and Prince Edward Island, we will select a new co-chairperson to give everyone an opportunity to serve in this role. We have been working to formally establish our governance for our council, and we are excited that we've recently adopted our terms of reference. With these achievements, we can better collaborate and advocate on a number of ongoing issues that affect our 2S Plus community, and just ensuring that we make safe spaces for our youth. Over the past few months, the 2S Council has been working towards identifying and addressing issues that are impacting gender diverse youth. The youth are our future, and we need to make sure that we have the agency to identify themselves in their own terms. Just in Saskatchewan, very quickly updating there, we had colonial policies that continue to affect our Two-Spirit kin. We've been facing the pronoun use policy, which polices gender identity and affects our youth. So as such, our council, we've collaborated with the AFN, I thank AFN, and also the FSIN, the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations, to make a statement on the pronoun use policy, and as well as the New Brunswick's 713 pronoun policy change and Saskatchewan's policy surrounding the pronouns in school. We as a council just want to ensure that we're making space in our communities. We have, as Indigenous people, our oral history, and we have the opportunity to change what has been written for us to reclaim our space again. So these policies directly pose safety concerns to First Nations, Two-Spirit, and gender diverse youth who are in danger of being outed in unsupportive environments or misgendered at school. These are significant steps backwards in the progress that we've made over the years. First Nations in Canada have a rich history of honoring Two-Spirit and gender diverse people. Respecting the identity of each person is sacred. We are committed to advocating for the safety and security of Two-Spirit and gender diverse people, especially for our youth. Looking ahead to work over the next year, we will be increasing our presence to support the work of missing and murdered Indigenous women, men, girls, boys, transgender, 2S LGBTQIA plus people. We recognize that when the National Enquirer started with their work on MMIWG2S+, the community needed to be included. We are eager to bring our voices and perspectives to the work implementation and ensuring that the government is held accountable to take action to address the root cause of violence against our people. We will focus on time advocating for those calls to justice with specific focus on our 2S community. We appreciate the warm welcome from the AFN Women's Council, who have been the lead on this work and given us the opportunity to work together. It's important that we create these spaces again for our Two-Spirit. I am an elected leader of my nation, the first Two-Spirit leader of my nation. And I'm very proud of that because our Katayak, our elders, have always shared history with me that we've always had space for Two-Spirit people. And it's things like these colonial policies that continue to oppress our people that our council's advocating for to create that safe space again. You can't talk about decolonization, truth and reconciliation, calls to action without recognition of Two-Spirit people. So with that, I just want to thank you for the time to update the Assembly of the work happening of the 2S LGBTQ QIA+ Council. I wish everyone safe journeys home back to their lands. With that, kinanaskimeten ikase. Thank you.
We just have also to let you know that we have a resolution as part of the package, resolution number 41, talking about recognizing the role of Two-Spirit people within society. That's why I wore my decolonized shirt, because homophobia, transphobia, that's colonization. So let's decolonize. Gunshish.
Chimigwich. Enough for the Youth Council update, the last update. Please help me welcoming Rosalie Labillois to the podium. Thank you very much.
Gwain Jack Mashosi, Webeg, Mississippi, Akwat Nugaliganai, Akindodum Nagunig, Delay Weekest Bigwagi, Elabo Culture, Olnoweg Indigenous Communities Foundation, Akniga No Social AFN National Youth Council, Willalo Dundalbe Dayo. Greetings, everybody. My name is Rosalie Labillois. I'm Mi'kmaq from Ilrabar First Nation in Listigouche, Quebec. My role here is I'm the New Brunswick female representative, and I've also been the co-chair of AFN's National Youth Council. And back in July, I was elected for my 5th term. So I'm very pleased to be here in front of you today. Thank you. I just want to give a congratulations to our new national chief, and greetings to our regional chiefs that are here in the room, chiefs and technicians. And I want to give a special thanks to all the staff that is here in the room from AFN, and another big welcome and acknowledgement to the amount of youth councils that we've seen and had the chance to meet with these past couple of days. So that was something that was very warming to myself. As a youth council member, I'm an executive member as well too that sits with the national chief and the regional chiefs, and our role here in the assembly is to advise the secretariat and our national executive. And I'm going to pass this on to my colleague Ethan LaValle, who was just recently elected through a by-election just on Monday as our new co-chair. From my time being here, I believe this is the first time that I'm seeing a representative from the North, and I think that's very powerful, and I just want to give a warm welcome to that.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Ethan LaValle. I am from Whitehorse, Yukon. I come from the Tonquachung Council, and newly elected co-chair, so excited to be here. We had wanted to express our thanks to the Knowledge Keeper for opening the Special Chiefs Assembly in a good way. We also want to acknowledge our former interim portfolio holder, former interim National Chief Joanna Bernard, and Regional Chief Picard, and thank them for all their hard work and dedication to the youth portfolio. We welcome back Regional Chief Adamak and thank her for all her dedication to emerging leaders. We are very grateful for the opportunity to connect with you and share what the AFN National Youth Council has been working on recently, and wish to acknowledge all the hard work of the AFN National Youth Council members who continue to show up to their best of their ability and represent the voices of emerging leaders. Members of the NYC are involved in various AFN priority areas, with each youth holding a portfolio to stay engaged within their assigned sector's work. NYC members continue to update the Council on their portfolios at both the Annual General and Special Chiefs Assemblies. In addition to our advisory role in the Secretariat, we continue to advance our strategic plan. And I'd also like to call up our Youth Council. Can we get a round of applause? And before I get further into our update, I'd like to invite our Youth Council member, Brock, to sing a song. Joe Brock. So the NYC strategic plan. The NYC is committed to ensuring that cultural health, wellness, and unity are grounded in all aspects of work with First Nations youth at community, regional, and national levels. The Council's strategic plan centers around meeting the physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual needs of youth Our main priorities are supporting culture, wellness, and unity, strengthening external relationships, regional and international engagement, enhancing communities and reporting, building governance and policies, and increasing funding and opportunities. Since July, the Council has been engaged in many different events taking place across this country. I'd like to invite our co-chair, Rosalie.
Thank you so much, Ethan, and to our representative, our youth chief, Brock, for sharing that and helping us start off in a good way. So, one of the activities has been the AFN Safe Drinking Water Summit. So from August 28 to 29 of 2023, First Nations youth from various nations in Canada were invited to attend the AFN Youth Safe Drinking Water Conference held in Quebec City. The purpose of the summit was to bring together diverse youth voices from all nations to share their experiences with water and to learn from experts in the water protection and governance and to develop a youth vision statement for safe drinking water. The primary call to action of the National Youth Council and other youth is to address the systemic barriers caused by colonialism and capitalism that hinder access to clean water, as well as the immediate improvement of water conditions and treatment facilities in First Nations communities. Activity number 2 on housing and homelessness dialogue session. From July 31st to August 4th, members of the Council attended the AFN Housing and Homelessness Hybrid Dialogue Session in Victoria, British Columbia. The purpose of the session was to bring together service providers, technicians, elders, and other youth to discuss the future outcomes to address underhousing and homeless of First Nations. Activity number 3, which is something that's very special and near and dear to my heart, was the One Young World Summit. In October 23, the former AFN Interim National Chief and Youth Council co-chairs were invited to attend and present on First Nations concerns, opinions, and solutions at the 2023 One Young World Summit in Belfast, Ireland. The One Young World Summit is an annual international gathering for the leaders of tomorrow that aims to connect and bring together the youngest and most talented people and ensure their concerns, opinions, and solutions are heard and taken into consideration by those in power, including those in government, business, and other sectors. One of the main outcomes of this event was the recognition of the significance of mandating the AFN and the National Youth Council to support the success of the upcoming One Young World Summit in Montreal, Quebec from September 18 to the 21st of 2024. The NYC determined that it was essential that the One Young World organization works with First Nations to include First Nations protocol, performers, speakers and guidance in the 2024 summit and will be seeking the support from First Nations in Assembly. Steps moving forward. In 2024 and 2025 year, the National Youth Council will continue to work with the AFN Communications on a communications plan to implement components of our strategic plan that we've worked on within the past year, and to continue to work and maintain a visible and substantial presence and strengthen the youth portfolio holders' responsibilities, and including attending the AFN Secretariat meetings, conferences, and various AFN committees and working groups. To collaborate with AFN National Executive Committee on Amplifying Youth Priorities, collaborate with the AFN Knowledge Keepers Council, Women's Council, 2S, LGBTQIA+ Council, and the First Nations Veterans Council as well. In conclusion, as emerging leaders, we recognize the deep importance of leading by example. And by paving the way forward for our future generations to have drive and integrity as characteristics we aim to exemplify in order to maintain with conviction and courage to carry out our work. We continue to call upon the communities and regional organizations to bring your youth with you. Give them an opportunity to learn and gain the knowledge to bring back to their communities, to be around people that spark their curiosity and nurture their desire for a better tomorrow. We cannot talk about closing gaps without the active inclusion of those who are inheriting the future. It is imperative for First Nations youth voices to be represented in all places and spaces. By continuing to advance our vision under this strategic plan, we're working toward a now, as well as a future that is inclusive and representative of all our priorities. Walalio, Gagam Sidnogama.
Thank you.
Un grand merci à Rosalie Lavillois et AFN Lavallée et toute l'équipe ici du Conseil des jeunes de l'APN. Un grand merci pour la mise à jour du Conseil. Miigwech for this update from the Youth Council, and Chi Miigwech to all of you, all chairs of the Council, AFN Councils. We received 5 updates today, and we thank them very, very much for this. So, are you ready to work now? We have a lot of resolutions to present today, and on that, I will turn the floor over to my colleague Adam. Thank you very much.
Miigwech, thank you very much, Wina. Egwa gedona kunigenoa, miwe gedona shonoa gawi unashwadamik, miwe gedazunjgadik. So we will now deal with resolutions. Chiefs and delegates, proxies. We are, of course, tight for time. We did continue with the elections this morning. That eats into the time we have allocated for resolutions, dealing with business and making decisions. We have many resolutions to deal with, and so we would like to proceed. As I indicated earlier, the way we will proceed is we will start with draft resolution number 2. We'll deal with emergency resolutions 1, 2, and 3, and then we have 6 omnibus resolutions that have been proposed. Following those omnibus resolutions, we have potentially four resolutions that we can deal with. As part of any assembly, at the very end, if there are late resolutions that have gone through the process, they will be dealt with if there is time. A reminder, chiefs and delegates, again, we have many decisions to make. I'll be totally honest, the fastest way to get to all of those decisions is to get through them and make the decision, get a vote called. If you speak to a resolution and you are in favor and you take the full time allocated, again, being honest, what happens there is we take up more time and we will not be able to get to all of the resolutions. So just a reminder on that. So at this point, I'd like to get to the first resolution. If I can have encore, please, from the Google Docs Drive, draft resolution number 2, please. If I can have it put up on the screen, as well if they can see it on Zoom. A reminder, chiefs, everyone had a kit, a package with all of the resolutions. I am told that draft resolution number 2 has been amended from the original version that was sent up. Now, the mover and seconder have agreed. Those changes have been distributed, so you have a hard copy. It is also up on the screen already in red. So I will not ask for an amendment to reflect those changes. Those are going to be read into the record. As well, in the whereas clause, those changes that were added, I will not be reading those. I will go directly to the operative clause. So draft resolution number 2 is titled Temporarily Suspend Proposed Distinctions-Based Indigenous Health Legislation Process. It is moved by Chief Sheldon Kent. Can I confirm that Chief Kent is in the room? Present. Thank you very much. Seconded by Chief Polchis, who I think I saw is in the room as well. Thank you very much. So the resolution reads, if I can have encore scroll down to therefore be it resolved, please. It reads, I can scroll up a tiny bit, the beginning of therefore be it resolved. A little bit of a delay in getting it on the screen. So we're going to scroll past whereas and go to therefore be it resolved. I'm just looking at the screen. I know that that's not the beginning of therefore be it resolved. If I can have the beginning of therefore be it resolved, please. There we go. Thank you very much. It reads, therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly 1 call on Canada to temporarily suspend the proposed distinctions-based Indigenous health legislation process to address unreasonable timelines, lack of appropriate funding, and lack of opportunities for active and meaningful dialogue between and amongst First Nations as proper rights and title holders in accordance with their inherent and treaty rights. 2, call on Canada to fund and support First Nations-led engagement, including with inherent and treaty rights holders required for nations-based health legislation. 3, call on Canada to ensure if resumed distinctions-based health legislation is adequately informed by principles identified by First Nations regions. Principles include, but are not limited to, equitable distribution, respect for inherent and treaty rights of First Nations peoples, upholding human rights standards, honoring regional considerations, and prioritizing meaningful engagement, including ensuring grassroots perspectives are included. 4, call on Indigenous Services Canada, Crown Indigenous Relations, and Northern Affairs Canada, and provinces and territories to work with First Nations with the technical support of the AFN Chiefs Committee on Health, and the AFN Executive Committee to ensure active and meaningful engagement with First Nations on the legislation. Number 5, call on the AFN and Canada in consultation with First Nations to develop a fair and equitable fiscal arrangement that is appropriate for each region to ensure adequate and sustained funding for implementation of a nations-based health legislation. 6, call on Canada to join the global call at the Conference of the Parties, COP29, to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, to make the essential link on the impacts of climate change on the health of First Nations people. So that is the resolution before you. The mover is present, as well as the seconder. Mover, do you wish to address the Assembly? You have up to 5 minutes. Microphone 1, please, if I can start the timer. Microphone 1, please.
Good afternoon. Just first want to say congratulations to our new National Chief. A lot of work and time took place. I want to thank the chiefs that are here as well. Staying late last night and then arriving early this morning to come and vote. But I'll just get to the quick and just of the resolution. My name is Sheldon Kent. I'm the chief from the Black River First Nation. We're treaty number 5. In regards to the resolution, both the mover, myself, and the secondary chief poll chiefs, we want to change some wording. It's from temporarily suspend to reconsider. That's on the first title. Then when you go to the therefore it be resolved, the same wording there to change that right at the beginning. Call on Canada to reconsider. And why we're saying rather than suspend, and I want to talk about that just quickly, is the healthcare services in this country from coast to coast is not good for our people. Our people are struggling. We get poor services. You go to any hospital, you go to diagnostic centers, we're not treated with the utmost respect. We're almost pushed away. And with the health legislation, when Canada wants to legislate it, they're opening the door for us. Because right now, Canada's position is health services for us, the Indigenous people, it's out of the kindness of their heart. And yet we have in Treaty number 6, the medicine chest clause. And in the medicine chest clause, you can interpret that however you want. For me and for my elders back home, when we talk about it, the medicine chest clause encompasses everything that's to do with health. Minimum means that good life. We want that good life. So that's for us. We have to have access to services. They can't be cutting off services to us. So when they're going to legislate health, that door is open. I know they're not including us, but this resolution, what this resolution will do, it'll give the AFN and the executive to get Canada at the table and say, let's draft the wording. And right now, we haven't been included. I sit on the National Chiefs Health Committee along with my colleague, Chief Polchis, and we weren't included, and we're not included. Because I think we were fragmented a bit in terms of moving this forward, because I've been waiting 2 years to speak on this. When we were in Vancouver, we ran into the whole fiasco of National Chief, and we talked about that for 3 days. I was supposed to be a third on the resolution then, so I've been waiting and waiting, so finally we're here. And what I want to express is the importance that Canada is opening the door for us to legislate that. And once it's legislated, then we don't have to worry about governments coming to change it and say we're going to scrap it because it's law. That's a basic human rights service for our people. There's an opportunity. I'm asking the chiefs to support this resolution going forward, because it'll give us that opportunity to have that dialogue with Canada in a good, open, transparent way. Right now, they're drafting the resolutions. They're talking to the Pan American Indigenous, so that's the Métis and the Inuit, and we're not at the table. So they're drafting, but we need to get our foot in there, and that's why we're asking this resolution be supported today. So that I'll say miigwech. Hi.
Miigwech, Shugama, Chief Kent. So there is a request for an amendment. I'm hearing two changes. One is the title. So the title would now be Reconsider Proposed Distinctions-Based Indigenous Health Legislation Process. Chief Kent, is that the request? Okay. The second request, if I can have it up on the screen, please, the Google Docs version. The first, therefore, be it resolved, it would be call on Canada to reconsider rather than temporarily suspend. Correct? Thank you. Seconder, are you okay with that? Two changes? Yes? Okay, thank you. Seconder, would you like to speak to the resolution? No? You're good. Okay, thank you. Microphone 3, up to 4 minutes. Sorry, correct. Microphone 2.
Chief Michelle Solomon for William First Nation. I'm actually not going to speak to the motion. I just wanted to know if we had addressed the matter of quorum, given that our room is not very full right now, and have we established that before we go ahead with passing resolutions? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. So just to clarify the process for establishing quorum, we get the count an hour after the call to order, and we did have the call to order after, I believe it was just after the speech by the new national chief. We did call to order, and an hour after that we would generally, an hour after that we get a total number of those in the room, and then quorum is 50% of that number. So, sorry, 51% of that total number. So at this point we do have quorum. So Chief Solomon, I see you through the cameras there. Yes, we do have quorum. Thank you. Thank you. So just a reminder, Chiefs, the order we will follow is microphone 1, 2, and then 3 is on Zoom. I don't see anybody on Zoom, so microphone 2.
Hello?
If I can have technical staff turn on microphone 2, please.
Hello? White, Pantla, and Jawa, and Quest, Lease Bahan Cook, Bevan Seletku. I just want to know, because resolutions were handed out and they were given out in the packages, but when you look, there's 2 different number 2s. So when those resolutions are handed out, it should be explained, and it hasn't been. Why not? Cooksham.
Thank you. So there's a question. I would just consult with our team, and I'll get back to you. Very much. Miguel. Thank you for the question. Very important question. So I did clarify as we began draft resolution number 2 that in the original packages that went out that everybody had access to before the assembly, there was a version of draft resolution number 2. There was a hard copy that everybody received in their lovely bags. I don't know if I can show, I don't have a bag. When you registered, you received a hard copy of, mine was light colored, but there was a package of resolutions printed out. Since that time, there were changes to draft resolution number 2. I explained that as we started. So the changed version was handed out on the floor. The version, when you see it on the screen, has red, and the version that was handed out, if it's not printed, you'll see sort of a track changes. So that's the second version. So as we started draft resolution number 2, I explained to the Assembly, we are going with the revised changes. For the record, it was handed out. You all have a copy. For the record, it is on the screen. And for the record, I read the revised version. So my understanding is that that was the second version that was handed out. So I hope that helps clarify. Microphone 2.
Yeah, just to follow up, and I spoke with another chief here, and so it was handed out, but the one that was underlined, we had to go get from the distribution table, and it wasn't the one that was handed out. And it's not underlined in red, it's underlined in black. So the mix-up is confusing the chiefs, and that needs to be straightened out. Kukstam.
Miguel, I'll just clarify. I'll get right back to you. Thank you for the question, Chief. Okay, so as I indicated, on the screen, the changed version is red, and as I indicated, the versions that were handed out were not color copies, so they were the strikeout and the changes were in black. It's a shaded color, so there's only one new version of changes. They were handed out on Tuesday, on day 1 of the Assembly. Tuesday afternoon. So if you weren't here, anybody that was not here, you didn't get a copy, but everybody that was here, you got a copy. And if you weren't here, you could pick up a copy at distribution. So, correct, there was an initial version that went out several weeks ago. That's the version that you had a hard copy of when you registered. There was one new version, and that's the version we went through. And that's the version that was handed out on Tuesday and the version that's been available at distribution. So thank you for that clarification. We would like to move on and make decisions. We have very important decisions to make. Microphone number 2. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So just to clarify some of that other stuff there was a document handed out. It was emergency number 2, and then there's an original document with just number 2. So just some clarification there. I'm Chief Ron Bear from Muscatine First Nation, Saskatchewan, and I want to speak on this temporary suspend proposed distinction-based Indigenous health legislation process. I think it should be suspended myself temporarily because a lot of First Nations, at least in my territory, weren't consulted when this was rolled up and the process was taking place. So having said that, how can they have input? How can we have input and how can we make a resolution when a lot of the First Nations haven't even had an opportunity to speak to this? Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. Thank you very much, Miguel. Again, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but there was a reference to emergency resolution number 2. There are draft resolutions. Currently, we're dealing with draft resolution number 2. There's also an emergency resolution number 2. There are also late resolutions. So there might be some confusion what we were talking about earlier. I'm going to, at this point, look around the room. I do see one person at the microphone, and I'm looking online in the room. I'm going to close the speakers list after microphone 2. Go ahead.
Chief Miracle, Mohawks Bay Quinte. I support suspending the resolution. The reason being is that Bill C-53 is before the House of Commons to give self-government to the Métis people. This proposed legislation is distinct-based Indigenous health, and the word Indigenous includes the Treaty Indians, it includes the Inuit and the Métis. The Chiefs of Ontario are in court over fraudulent identity claims of MNO, and I think it's that has to be straightened out, because if there's no criteria to determine who's a Métis, then anybody can claim Métis status and access non-insured health benefits, and it will water down the benefits significantly for First Nations people, causing a further decline in the health of our people. So I don't support a pan-Indigenous process. The Métis are not signatory to Treaty 6, and so I think we have to be careful with this word, this pan-Indigenous approach to benefits and services and rights. And so I would say that if there's going to be legislation passed, it should be First Nations distinct-based legislation and not this pan-Indigenous approach.
Miigwech, thank you very much.
And the Chief mentioned about the discrimination in the health services. Vice Chief David Pratt in Saskatchewan, they have an ombudsman that deals with discrimination in health services. Maybe that should be incorporated in this resolution to have that in every province. So there's somebody to complain to when this discrimination occurs. Because right now the only recourse that some of the regions have is to go to the media.
Thank you.
So I would suggest that there be some amendments made to the resolution to incorporate that, but I think we need to tread carefully with this pan-Indigenous approach to any kind of legislation to make sure we know what the impact of that is on current benefits and services to First Nations Treaty Indians.
Chief Miracle, if you can stand by, please. I just want to clarify, you did make reference to information that is on a different resolution, which is draft emergency resolution number 2. We are dealing with draft resolution number 2, which is dealing with proposed distinctions-based Indigenous health processes. Okay. Thank you. So you are requesting two things. One is either we suspend the resolution or amend it to, now we need the terminology, the wording, the text of the amendment. So we'll have a member of our team approach you.
Well, to me, Indigenous would be the First Nations status, Treaty Indians, and the Inuit people. Right now, there's a lot of unsettled issues with the Métis over self-determination of their identity, and there's a lot of fraudulent concerns. The Chiefs of Ontario have asked for a police investigation into these claims with the MNO. And in Ontario, we don't support a pan-Indigenous approach to the implementation of rights. And the Métis are not signatories to the Medicine Chest Treaty either.
So I'm just looking at the resolution. The resolutions team will look at it. You are requesting a change in this resolution.
Suspend it or amend it to exclude the Métis.
Either suspend the resolution or include something that this excludes Métis. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, because the Chiefs have not been consulted, and many Chiefs are very concerned about this Bill C-53.
So we have a member of the resolutions team working with you. We'll get your suggested wording on the requested amendment. At this point, I had closed the speakers list. Otherwise, I would have moved to the next speaker, but at this point, we'd like to clarify and get the actual text of the requested amendment. So we will just allow for a quick opportunity, very quickly, for the resolutions team to consult with Chief Miracle on the request. And then we will have it up on the Google Docs and read the amendment as requested, and then I will consult with the mover and the seconder. So again, we are just waiting on the resolutions team, who is actually working very quickly. I'd like to commend and thank the resolution team, the entire resolution team, for their very quick work, their hard work, a lot of the good work they're doing to make sure that we are prepared and to be able to reflect the changes that are being requested on the floor. Again, very important decisions that need to be made. A reminder that we have many resolutions to deal with. The best way to get through all of them, if we want to get through all of them, is to have a vote and make the decision and then move on to the next one. So by indicating your support quickly, if required, very quickly, then we can move on. Continue on with decisions that need to be made. And again, just waiting on the team. Mi gwetsi nago anuk mauj kchenkyuk and kwinaganak ego geginoa mi gwetch kidinawa ogumak maga bijaik mauj mshtahi ga and kwiek ego wenunga me gwetch doesn't degen kidonach kunigenoa kidona shwenoa. I see at microphone number 1, I had closed the speakers list on this topic, but microphone 1.
Yes, Chief Kelsey Jack from Cold Lake First Nations. Sorry I had to leave the assembly. I had to deal with important matters with the lawyer firms. But I came up here before, maybe about an hour ago. I was wondering if the tables were going to be, the resolutions will be tabled so we can have a special assembly to deal with our resolutions. And I'm going to question quorum here again. I know it's been questioned, I've been filled in, so I just want to get an answer. I don't like being a troublemaker, but you know, I'm back. I'll be back up here.
Thank you. So, in response to the suggestion, the recommendation that you had made previously, especially right after the election, we know that the election we were hoping would be complete yesterday. It went into today, and so things were behind. And the recommendation was that we defer and table all the resolutions and plan a special assembly. As co-chairs, we're not involved in making decisions on special assembly, but your recommendation is noted. The executive, as well as the AFN Secretariat, takes note of that recommendation, and they will take that into consideration as they move forward. In terms of the agenda, on day 1, Chiefs, you did pass an agenda that allows for resolutions and decisions to be made on day 3 until 4:30 p.m. So as Chiefs, you gave us that mandate to, as the co-chairs, to follow that agenda. So at this point, we are following the agenda. We are continuing with the agenda. How far we get in terms of dealing with all the resolutions, we're not sure. But again, executive, the new national chief, and the AFN Secretariat will all take that into consideration, the request to have a special assembly to deal with issues. So with that, miigwech, for now, we will continue with the agenda. Is the resolutions team ready?
We can do number 2. Number 2 is good. TVR 2.
Was there another one?
Yeah, I'll keep telling.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to on the floor. Again, I had closed the speakers list, but we're going to go to, therefore be it resolved, number 2. So the requested amendment reads, call on Canada to fund and support First Nations-led engagement, including with inherent and treaty rights holders required for nations-based health legislation, excluding the Métis. Mover, are you okay with that request? Yes? Seconder? Yes, thank you. Okay, so we will proceed with the amendment. At this point, we have closed the speakers list, closed discussion. I am going to ask the question. I am sorry, I stand corrected. There was a request for another amendment. So we're going to go to, therefore be it resolved, number 5. Up on the screen, you see it in purple or pink. Number 7, here's the requested amendment. The addition of number 7, direct the AFN to call on the federal, provincial, and territorial governments to develop and implement in cooperation and collaboration with First Nations, a First Nations health ombudsperson to address discrimination in the healthcare system. Mover, are you okay with that? Yes. Seconder? Yes. Thank you. I'll go back to number 5. An addition of 3 words. It would, I won't read the entire paragraph, but it would be of a nations-based health legislation excluding the Métis. Mover? Yes. Seconder? Yes. Thank you. We're good? At this point, I'm going to call for question. Can I have the polls on Zoom open, please? The polls are open. Online, you have 3 choices. Yes, no, or abstain. In the room, resolution is before you as amended. Any opposition to the resolution? Any opposition? I see none. Any abstentions? I see none. At this point, I will ask for the polls to be closed. Please close the polls. Thank you. We see results online. With that, resolution is carried. Miigwech. I'm going to turn it over to Weena for the next resolution.
Thank you, Adam. Congratulations to you all. Okay, so now I will ask Encore if you can please put up on the screen draft emergency resolution number 1 and chiefs and proxies, just to make sure that we're not confused here with all the different type of draft resolutions. So we will now deal and present emergency draft resolution number 1. And it is up on the screen. So, chiefs and proxies. The title of this draft emergency resolution number 1 is entitled Immediate Review of the Specific Claims Research Funding Shortfall. This emergency resolution number 1 has been moved by Chief Dalton Silver. Chief Dalton Silver, are you present in the room or online? Thank you very much. If you anticipate to speak to this emergency resolution, I would invite you to please come in the front, come to the microphone number 2 or 1 to be ready. I will now look to see if the seconder of this emergency resolution number 1, Chief Lynn Acous, is present in the room. Did I see a hand? Did I? Okay, yes, I thought I saw you. Okay, thank you very much. So the seconder is also present here in the room. And we will now read the operative clauses, so the therefore be it resolved section together. So thank you very much, Encore. I see that you're still there, working hard. Thank you very much. So we'll read it together in French. And while I'm reading, if you, mover and seconder, you can come to the microphone if you want to speak to this after when I open the floor. So we'll read it together in French. Pour ces motifs, les Premières Nations en Assemblée. 1. Demande à l'Assemblée des Premières Nations, APN, d'appeler le gouvernement du Canada à revoir immédiatement son manque de financement pour la recherche sur les revendications particulières en prévision de l'exercice 2024-2025 et des exercices suivants, afin de s'assurer qu'un financement adéquat est fourni pour permettre à toutes les Premières Nations ayant des revendications particulières de poursuivre de manière concrète et durable des recherches visant à faire progresser et à résoudre leurs revendications particulières. 2. Enjoignent à l'APN de demander au gouvernement du Canada de prendre des mesures immédiates pour s'assurer que les Premières Nations et les unités de recherche sur les revendications, URR, désignées qui soumettent des propositions de financement pour la recherche sur les revendications particulières pour l'exercice 2024-2025 et les années suivantes, reçoivent les ressources nécessaires pour poursuivre leur travail essentiel. 3. Ordonne à l'APN de demander au gouvernement du Canada de fournir des ressources sur une base permanente pour le règlement des revendications particulières et d'appuyer l'élaboration conjointe, le dialogue et la mise en œuvre conjointe des efforts visant à réformer la politique et les processus relatifs aux revendications particulières. C'est ce qui termine la lecture du projet de résolution urgente numéro 1, qui est intitulé, et je vais le dire maintenant en français, « Examen immédiat du manque de financement pour la recherche sur les revendications particulières ». Je vais maintenant poursuivre en anglais. So, on that, I will now open the floor for discussions, and I will invite the mover and the seconder to speak to this issue, but I see there's no one at the microphone at the moment. So, I'll check online, no one at the microphone. So, this means that you're ready to the vote. So we'll proceed to the vote on this draft emergency resolution number 1. But just before we do that, I will stop here and I will go to the microphone number 2. You have up to 4 minutes.
Okay. The department filed the supplementary estimates with the House of Commons and Treasury Board. I would request that the AFN obtain a copy of that to see if there's anything in there that deals with housing or infrastructure that's needed in our communities to support housing.
Chief Miracle, thank you very much. I will ask you if you can please specify if it's a comment or if you have a change to propose or a proposed amendment.
Number 7, I guess it is, that the AFN request the Minister, Patty Hadju, to forward a copy of the supplementary estimates tabled in the House of Commons and Treasury Board so we can determine if there was anything in there for housing or housing-related infrastructure.
Thank you, Chief. So if I understand correctly, you want to add a new clause?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. So we will work with the resolution committee team to make sure we got the correct language. We will then show it up on the screen, and we will check with Chief that just suggested a proposal, or that just proposed an amendment to make sure it reflects the language he proposed, and then I will check with the mover and the seconder to make sure that they are in support of this proposed amendment, which is to add a new clause, and we'll get the language very soon. Thank you very much, Chiefs and Proxies. And thank you very much to be here with us in the room. It's very appreciated. And I never forget our Chiefs and Proxies that are with us, not in the room, but online. Thank you very much to you too, to be here. Microphone number 1. Thank you very much. And I see that the seconder is at the microphone number 1. So I will ask Encore if you can please open the microphone number 1. Go ahead, please.
Miigwech. I made my acknowledgements yesterday, so I'll skip that. But I'll thank our Chi Anishinabek for the prayers and the ceremony this morning. I want to thank Chief for that friendly amendment to our resolution. Our resolution is regarding claims research, and so I think that if he wants that document advanced to the AFN, it should be in more general terms and not specific to housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, seconder of this emergency draft resolution number 1. I just want to make sure that I understand correctly. So you want to, you do not support the proposed amendment as it is. Microphone number 1, please, for us.
I do support the amendment as long as it's more of a general, it refers in general terms to all of our priorities because this resolution is about specific claims and not about housing. So if we could just take out the reference to housing and make it more general, then I'd be more in agreement with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This might help our team working on language. I will now go and ask for microphone number 2, if you can please speak
my
to this.
apologies. I was confusing the two number 1s, the emergency resolution and the housing one, but we should know what's in the supplementary estimates and then that's tabled with the House of Commons and Treasurer to see if it relates to any of the priorities of AFN.
So, Chief, can you please just make help me to understand?
Well, the Chief said as long as it's for takeout housing, it's for general information to see if it relates to there's anything in there about claims or housing or what the water or what is it they're asking money for.
Okay, so you agree to make it more general?
More general.
Thank you very much, Chief. So we will still wait to get language from the team, the resolution committee team, to make sure that we have acceptable language to add in this emergency draft resolution number 1. And I just want to make sure that you all know that there's no hand up on the Zoom platform at the moment, but at the moment I see a chief at microphone number 1 and I wanted to acknowledge you.
Okay, thank you so much. Chief Kelsey Jacko from Cold Lake First Nations. I was just wondering about the cap, 150 million. You know, I asked Mark Miller about that at the last assembly, and then he told me he had to introduce another bill to the House. Then a week later, he was dismissed immigration. I don't know what kind of language would be in there, but it'd be nice if our specific claims weren't capped.
Chief, thank you. So help me understand you. Are you proposing an amendment or it's a general comment?
Yeah, just introduce another bill to the House or specific claims are not capped at 150 million. Something in that kind of language.
Okay, so on that, I will ask the resolution committee to check with you if you can work a language and a correct language to propose the mover and the seconder to this emergency resolution number 1. So we'll wait a bit for this. Yes?
I'll look for some language from a technician, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. So at this moment, I can see that we have the language for the proposed amendment, the first one, to add a clause at the emergency draft resolution number 1. So we will read it together and we will deal with that together first and then we'll proceed with the second one. So you all have it in front of you and we will read it together. Number 4. Direct the AFN to request the Minister of ISC to share a copy of the supplementary estimates tabled in the House of Commons for the Treasury Board to determine items relevant to First Nations. So on that, I'm looking to Chief Miracle. Can you please look at me and indicate me if you agree with the language? Thank you very much. On that, I will now check with the mover. At my right, you agree, mover agree with the language. Thank you very much. I will now check with the seconder. Seconder of this emergency resolution, do you accept the language, proposed language there? Yes, thank you very much. So, emergency draft resolution number 1 has been amended. And we are now looking for language for the second proposed amendment. We're just waiting for the resolution committee to work on this, to work with the chief that just proposed the amendment to make sure we have the correct language. And of course, I will then, after, we will read it together and we'll then check with the mover and the seconder. Okay, so I just got the heads up that we're all good. So the proposed amendment would be to add a clause, number 5. We'll read it together. Direct the AFN to call on the Government of Canada to work with the AFN to remove all arbitrary limits on financial compensation through the specific claims tribunal. First, I would like to check with the chief that proposed the amendment. Does this language, do you support this language? Microphone 1, please.
Nazoo, yes.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, resolution team, for the language. Good work. I will now check with the mover. Do you agree with this proposed amendment to add the clause number 5 that we just read together? I see that there's some discussion at the moment, so we'll just wait a few seconds to make sure that the mover supports this proposed amendment, the second proposed amendment to this emergency draft resolution number 1. I see that the mover is coming to the microphone number 2, so I will ask Encore if you can please open the microphone, please. Over to you, Chief. Do you want us to read it together?
Sure, thank you.
Okay, we'll read it together one more time. Number 5, direct the AFN to call on the Government of Canada to work with the AFN to remove all arbitrary limits on financial compensation through the specific claims tribunal. Do you agree, mover, with this proposed amendment? Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I agree. There are so many different aspects of the whole specific claims process that we need changes to. The real gist of this was to restore funding and the funding shortfalls that are missing right now. But yeah, that's a big issue with a lot of us, is the cap that they put on. So thank you.
Thank you. Miigwech. I will now look at the seconder of this emergency draft resolution number 1. Seconder, do you agree with this proposed amendment to add this clause number 5? Yes, so we have the support of the mover and the seconder. Thank you very much for your great work. I don't see anyone at the microphone. I close the discussion period at this specific moment, and we will go to a vote on this emergency draft resolution number 1, which is entitled Immediate Review of the Specific Claims Research Funding Shortfall as amended. And on that, I will ask Encore if you can please open the poll on the Zoom platform. Thank you. So on the Zoom, you're voting at this moment, and we will now proceed to the vote here with you chiefs and proxies present in the room. Any opposition to this emergency draft resolution number 1? Any opposition at this moment in the room? I don't see any opposition. Just check with my colleagues if, okay, thank you. I got the confirmation, no opposition. Any abstention in the room? Any abstention on this emergency draft resolution number 1? I don't see any abstentions. So at this moment, I will ask Encore if you can please close the poll on the Zoom platform. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're good. So I can confirm that this emergency draft resolution number 1 is carried by consensus. So congratulations to you all. Thank you very much. On that, I will turn the floor over to Adam for the next one. Thank you.
Miigwech, Wina. We will continue on to the next resolution. Again, just a clarification on the resolution numbering. We're now going to deal with draft emergency resolution number 2. So this is ER2, emergency resolution 2, not DR2. So emergency resolution number 2, if I can have it up on the screen, please, for delegates in the room as well as Zoom to be able to see it. There it is. It is titled Urgent Protection of First Nations Inherent and Treaty Rights from Ongoing Illegitimate Rights Assertions. It is moved by Chief APTN Rich. Can I confirm that Chief Rich is in the room? Thank you very much. Seconded by Chief Jennifer Constant. Can I confirm that Chief Constant is in the room, either physically or on Zoom? Chief Constant. Okay, she's not in the room at present. Okay, I can't hear you. Are you offering to second? Microphone number 2. Are you offering to second the resolution?
Yes, I do, yeah. This guy on my left. Chief Riel McKenzie.
Chief Riel McKenzie, miigwech. Chief McKenzie will second the resolution. So we will proceed. The resolution is up on the screen. If I can have Encore please scroll down to the operative clause. Therefore be it resolved. It reads, therefore be it resolved, number 1, direct the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to urgently call on the Government of Canada to immediately begin working with First Nations to identify and establish flexible and fully funded mechanisms inclusive of First Nations laws and legal orders and consistent with the honor of the Crown to facilitate nation-to-nation discussions on the implementation of First Nations inherent and treaty rights. 2, support Innu Nation in affirming that the Nunatukavut Community Council, NCC, does not hold Section 35 rights in Labrador or Quebec, and direct the AFN to call on the Government of Canada to amend Bill S14 to remove any recognition of NCC. 3, direct the AFN to call on the Government of Canada to affirm its commitment to fully implement Article 19 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples by consulting with potentially impacted First Nations and obtaining their free, prior, and informed consent before adopting and implementing any legislative or administrative measures that may affect them. 4, we can scroll down, there we go, direct the AFN to engage with First Nations regarding how Bill C-53 and Bill S-14 could be amended to ensure that First Nations inherent treaty and Section 35 rights are upheld and respected if the Government of Canada proceeds with the legislative process to enact Bill S-14 or C-53. 5, direct the AFN to support First Nations rights holders who oppose illegitimate rights assertions within their territories, including through political, legislative, legal interventions, information sharing, and coordination and analysis. 6, direct the AFN to seek resources to support these ends. So that is the resolution before you. I'd like to open up the floor, initially asking the mover, if you wish to address the Assembly, you have up to 5 minutes. Microphone number 2, please.
Good afternoon. My name is APTN Rich, and I'm from Sheshashi Innu First Nation, and I'm the elected chief there. First of all, I just want to congratulate our newly elected national chief, Cindy Woodhouse. Yeah, I just want to congratulate her. And okay, I am here with Chief John Nui from Mashwa Innu First Nation in Labrador, and the Grand Chief Simon Pokwe of Innu Nation, Deputy Grand Chief Chris Rich of Innu Nation, to stand up for the rights for all Innu people and all First Nations. We are introducing this resolution to demand Canada stop giving away our inherent rights as the First Nation to a new group who falsely claim to be Indigenous nations. Canada, through its rights recognition policy, seems more interested in giving away rights to a new false group and not respecting the inherent rights of all of First Nations who have been on our lands for thousands of years. Canada is trying to create laws that will recognize rights and groups that did not exist historically. Bill S-14, Parks Canada proposed a law that would have created a backdoor recognition of a group called Nunatugavut Community Council, NCC, in Labrador. Even though Canada has rejected NCC claims to have rights 4 times, and Inuit represented by ITK, who represent all Inuit in Canada, and the Inuit ICC reject NCC. Senate amended the bill today, but we must keep an eye on it. And Bill C-53, which recognized false claims by the Métis Nation of Ontario to create so-called Métis communities that First Nations in Ontario say they've never heard of. In Labrador, NCC has used its political connection to try to claim Inuit rights and stop our modern treaty process. They claim rights and benefits that are not theirs, including rights to IBAs for development. Instead of challenging these claims, Canada and Newfoundland are helping them. Like of all these false groups, NCC claims want to work with us. At the same time, they are working to displace Innu and take funding meant for real Indigenous peoples. Self-indigenized groups like NCC and MNO don't have the history or the evidence to prove their claims, but they have a good political connections. This is why Canada is creating rights for these groups through legislation like a National Parks, Bill S-14. Bill S-14, which Senate have given all, was considered today to amend the Canada National Parks Act.
30 seconds.
And the problem with the NCC of all false groups, they always want more in our land, our rights and resources, and fake groups. First they came on our land and they are coming for our identities. This is the next wave of colonialism. Canada committed a legally binding agreement to consult Innu, and they have not consulted us, including the false group NCC in the bill.
Miigwech, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief, for those comments. I'd like to now go to the seconder. If you wish to speak to the resolution, it's not required. If you wish to know, you're okay? Okay, thank you. So the floor at this point is open. Reminder, Chiefs, if you have a request for an amendment, if you can give the text immediately to the resolutions team, if you have a request for an amendment. If you are in support, if you can make it quick. If you have a request for a change, let us know. We'd like to move on and make a decision. So microphone 1, please.
Bonjour, Guimau, Guimanaj, the cause Kiasa, Ging Donji, Agishkamin and Simazene, Dodem, Chimigwich, Kinawea. Chief Wilfred King from the Gull Bay First Nation. I fully support this resolution, but it's not so much of a, I have a commentary to add. We've been vehemently opposing Bill C-53, and it started in Ontario, and we managed to get a resolution passed at the AFN in which we all opposed Bill C-53. And again, this is another attack on Indigenous rights. But my commentary is that we've been approaching various members of Parliament, senators, And we even approached Indigenous members of Parliament and senators, and it seems to me that they're more aligned with their political party than with our rights. And they seem to be, they show allegiance to the party they belong to. And these are Indigenous people that were once part of this forum, that were advocating for our rights, treaties, the protection of those rights. But as soon as they get elected to Parliament, or as soon as they get appointed to the Senate, they forgot where they came from. So, you know, we have to put on the political pressure. My understanding that there is, over 15 federal ridings in Canada in which First Nations hold the vote, which we elect a parliamentarian in. And those are the kind of people we've got to start electing in that's going to recognize and protect our interests and not fall into party lines here. So I fully support this resolution. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Thank you, Chief King. So I'm looking on the floor. I see no other speakers, nobody online. So with that, I'm going to call for question. If I can have, I'm going to ask Encore to open the polls, please. If we can have the polls opened. The polls are open online. The resolution is before you in the room. Is there any opposition to the resolution? I see a hand raised. Is that just a stretch? Oh, that's a stretch. It's good to stretch. No opposition. Any abstentions? Any abstentions? One abstention. Thank you. With that, if I can have the polls closed, please, online. Polls are closed. Thank you very much. With that, resolution is carried. Thank you. Turn it over to my colleague, Weena, for the next resolution.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your patience. We will now present and discuss the draft emergency resolution number 3, which is already up on the screen. Thank you, Encore. This emergency resolution is entitled Call for Ceasefire in Israel-Gaza Crisis, appel à un cessez-le-feu dans la crise entre Israël et Gaza. And this emergency draft resolution number 3 has been moved by Dr. Willie Littlechild for Amnesty Nation proxy. And this emergency draft resolution number 3 has been seconded by, okay, so I see that Chief George Guinness, the original seconder, is on the Zoom platform, so he will still second this emergency draft resolution 3. Thank you very much, chiefs and proxies. We will now, as you all know by now, we will now read it together, and we will go directly to the operative clauses. Therefore, be it resolved section, which contains 3 clauses, and we will read it together in French. Okay, so it goes like this. Pour ces motifs, les Premières Nations à l'Assemblée, 1. Demande au gouvernement du Canada d'appeler à un cessez-le-feu immédiat et à la fin de l'occupation de Gaza, à la libération de tous les otages israéliens et palestiniens, au libre accès de l'aide humanitaire à tous les territoires des peuples autochtones occupés et au plein respect du droit international des droits de l'homme sur toutes les terres occupées des peuples autochtones, y compris à Gaza, et en Cisjordanie occupée. 2. Condamne toutes les formes de violence à l'encontre des peuples autochtones et plaide, par la présente, pour la fin de l'occupation illégale et violente des terres de tous les peuples autochtones. 3. Rappelle à tous les États leur obligation morale et juridique de respecter pleinement le droit international en matière de droits humains et ses normes, y compris de respecter les traités internationaux qui appellent les États à parvenir à une coexistence pacifique avec les peuples autochtones. Alors, ce projet de résolution d'urgence numéro 3 a été coproposé. Nous avons maintenant lu
le projet de résolution d'urgence et il est donc maintenant dans le registre. Nous allons maintenant ouvrir la période de discussion si nécessaire et je vais offrir d'abord aux proposeurs la possibilité de parler sur cette résolution et il a 5 minutes. Alors, je vois déjà maintenant ici au microphone que je salue Dr. Wilton Littlechild is at the microphone number 2 and he moved this emergency draft resolution number 3. You have up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Merci.
Je m'appelle Willie Littlechild, and I want to not reread the therefore elements of the resolution, but want to underscore the fact that I'm sure everyone in the room has been watching the Israeli and Palestine conflict. A sad revelation when we see so much killing going on. We see and hear that thousands of children have been killed. We see and hear thousands of elders have been killed, sometimes used as human shields. This horrific tragedy impacts each of us, especially when it relates to and involves Indigenous peoples. And I know the debate that's going on over the term Indigenous peoples. But from an international context, it's important that we acknowledge this situation from that phrase, Indigenous peoples. For example, the Sami Parliament has issued a statement recently about this matter, very similar to what you see on the screen. The International Indian Treaty Council also has issued a statement in this regard. So, Madam Chair, through you, I appeal to all chiefs in Assembly, the Grand Chiefs, proxies, and delegations from all our nations across Turtle Island. This matter is so serious, and we relate to it from the perspective of our own treaty. Our own treaty calls on us to promote peace and friendship. And under that context, we can't help but get up and speak out against something that's contrary totally to peace. And we want to advance the protection of Indigenous peoples globally as well. That's why we propose this particular resolution. Yes, it's international in scope, but it touches on our home territories. When there's dispossession of life, dispossession of language, dispossession of territory, contrary to our international treaties, then we must say something, Madam Chair. So I appeal to all chiefs to support this resolution, put an end to this conflict. Let's live our treaty and live in peace and promote protection for all peoples. With that, Madam Chair, I move that we adopt this resolution. Thank you.
Miigwech, Dr. Littlechild. Thank you very much. I will now give the opportunity for the seconder on this emergency draft resolution number 3 to speak to this issue. And if you wish to do so, I know you're on the Zoom platform. If you wish to do so, please indicate it to me by using the raise hand feature. I will be notified that you want to speak to this. Other than that, I will take that as a no need to speak on that on your behalf. So I don't see any hand on the Zoom platform at this moment. So what I propose now, I propose to go to the microphone number 1 and you have up to 4 minutes. Over to you, Chief.
Chief Wojtek, Kirigan Zibi Anishinaabe, fully support this resolution. Just want to make a friendly amendment to the mover and the seconder. If we could change the title, permanent, call for a permanent ceasefire in Israel-Gaza crisis, because we need this to permanently end now. The same thing, what's happening over there is colonialism and taking over those lands and territories. So for me personally, it's just a friendly amendment that we want a permanent ceasefire, because if we don't put the word permanent, I believe that they'll just say they'll do it and then they'll keep going again after. Other than that, another friendly amendment is therefore be it resolved that the First Nations and Assembly.
Chief Whitehead, if I can, I am sorry to interrupt. I would propose to deal with each proposed amendment once at a time. So
just the subject title.
Yes.
This is a very
Perfect.
important resolution.
Great, thank you so much. So Chief White Duck here proposed to amend, to change the title of this emergency draft resolution number 3, and the title would be Call for Permanent Ceasefire in Israel-Gaza Crisis. So on that, I'm going to check with the mover, Dr. Littlechild. Do you support, do you agree with this amendment, proposed amendment? Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were there at my right. So thank you very much. I will now ask the seconder if he agrees, if he supports this, and the seconder, Chief Ganesh, you're on the Zoom platform, and I will ask Encore if you can please unmute the seconder. Chief George Ganesh on the Zoom platform.
Yes, good afternoon.
Thank you.
Yes, I support that. Apologies earlier, I've been looking for my raise the hand, and I've been raising the real hand, but it doesn't work that way in computer land. I am intimately aware of the situation. We have partnerships in our region with professionals, with doctors that have family that are concerned, especially with elders, with young children, with the loss of life that is happening. And when I was approached to consider this, I absolutely said yes. And this friendly amendment is, I think it's necessary. I think a permanent ceasefire is required. Thank you. Badiek.
Miigwech, Chief. So the proposed amendment to change the title has been supported by the mover and the seconder. So proposed amendment accepted. We'll continue to Chief White Duck at the microphone number 1 for your second amendment, proposed amendment. Over to you.
Just a friendly amendment as well to add an additional item number 4 for the mover and the seconder. This should be the first job of our new national chief, to send an immediate letter for a permanent ceasefire to the Prime Minister, addressed from her to the Prime Minister and all Liberal government, all leaders, and that we have that on the record, that we've done, the AFN has done their job, and we did recognize and send our consultation letter to the Government of Canada for this permanently ceasefire. So just a friendly amendment. Let's get our national chief going and get her on the right track to stop this and get this letter out as soon as possible. Miigwech, and thank you.
Miigwech, Chief White Duck. Okay, so the proposed amendment is to add a clause number 4. We'll wait to get the language by the resolution committee to make sure we have an acceptable language to be shown up on the screen. And I just received a thumbs up at my right by my good friend Bram here. He's always our best friend in the time of resolutions. We need the resolution team and Bram here. Thank you so much. So on that, I'm just gonna mention that if the seconder wished to speak to this issue, since he had a problem finding the raise hand feature on the Zoom platform, if you can please indicate if you wish to speak to it again after we deal with this second proposed amendment, you will have your opportunity, of course. So is it, okay, great, thank you so much. So we will read this second proposed amendment together. It goes like this. 4, direct the national chief to immediately send a letter to the government of Canada calling for permanent ceasefire. Is this language acceptable for Chief White Dog that proposed this, yes, this amendment? So this second amendment, thank you very much. We will now check with this, the mover, Dr. Wilton Littlechild. Thank you very much. So we have a support from the mover, and something happened with the microphones here. So the seconder now on the Zoom platform, do you agree with this second proposed amendment to add a clause for the national chief to send a letter to Canada? So over to you, seconder. Thank you very much.
Yes, I support this additional clause. Walaliig.
Thank you very much. So emergency draft resolution number 3 has been amended twice. We will now check if further discussions are needed on this. And I can confirm that there's no one on at the microphone in the room, and there's no one else on the Zoom platform. So on this, we will now proceed to the vote, and I will ask the technicians, if you can please open the poll on the Zoom platform to vote on this emergency draft resolution as amended, which is entitled Call for Permanent Ceasefire in Israel-Gaza Crisis. And here, chiefs and proxies present in the room. Any opposition here in the room? I don't see any opposition in the room. Thank you very much. Any abstention here in the room? Any abstention on this emergency draft resolution number 3? I see one abstention in the room. Do I see? You can lower your, yes, thank you. So one abstention there. 2 abstentions. Okay, I don't see any other abstentions in the room. So 2 in the room. Encore, technicians, if you can please close the poll on the Zoom platform at this moment. Thank you very much. I now have the results in front of me for the vote online, and I confirm that there are 2 abstentions on the Zoom platform. So emergency draft resolution number 3 is carried by majority. Thank you so much. Congratulations to you all. Thank you so much. Okay, on that, I will, yep. Thank you. I will turn the floor over to my colleague Adam.
Miigwech, Wina. So, delegates, again, we have a number of resolutions. So what the resolutions team has done is taken the resolutions in the various themes, and we are proposing to move forward with 6 omnibus resolutions. Following that, we do have a few resolutions to deal with separately, individually. So the first omnibus resolution, what we have is 4 resolutions. So they are draft resolutions 6, 7, 8, and 10. And those are themed in the social, children, and families category. So we have the omnibus resolution. What I will do is I have to go through, I have one mover and a seconder for the omnibus resolution. I will have to read all of the therefore be it resolved, and then we will open up the floor for discussion. A reminder, chiefs, we are limited on time. We do have a lot of decisions to be made, resolutions to be brought forward. The best way to support a resolution is let's get to the vote and then make the decision. Just a reminder. So with that, Omnibus A, the omnibus resolution, we have a mover, Chief Norma Catarat. Is Chief Catarat in the room or online? Chief Norma Catarat, are you present in the room? We do have a new mover. I've just been advised, Chief Perot, Chief Brian Perot, who was here. Oh, there he is. Thank you. Seconder is Chief Mike McCoy. Chief Mike McCoy, are you present in the room? Lights are bright up here. It's hard to see sometimes. Chief Mike McCoy, are you present in? Mark McCoy? Apologies, Chief Mark McCoy. Apologies. Thank you very much. Chief McCoy is in the room. So we have the mover and the seconder. So what we will do is, if I can have the 4 resolutions put up on the screen one after another, that therefore be it resolved from the Google Docs drive. We'll start with resolution number 6, I believe. Is that?
Start with 6, and then those changes on 10, you should read them. Brush over.
So we're going to go to draft resolution number 6, down to therefore be it resolved. Please, we will have it up on the screen. As we scroll down to therefore be it resolved, it reads, therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly 1, call upon Indigenous Services Canada to comply with the provisions of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal Order 2021 CHRT 41, withdraw its deadline to access funding at actuals for capital for First Nations and First Nations agencies for child and family services and Jordan's Principle, and continue access to funding for capital at its actual cost until such time as a funding model can be developed that meets distinct community needs, including remoteness, is consistent with substantive equality, and is endorsed by First Nations Assembly. On to resolution number 7. Resolution number 7, therefore be it resolved. If I can have the Encore staff please put up resolution number 7. Scroll down to therefore be it resolved. It is in your packages. It reads, therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly 1 call upon Indigenous Services Canada, ISC, to extend the deadline for access to funding at actuals for post-majority support services for youth aging out of care for First Nations and First Nations agencies pursuant to 2022 CHRT 8 until such time, just looking on the screen to make sure we have it correct, until such time as a funding model can be developed that meets distinct community needs, including remoteness, is consistent with substantive equality, and is endorsed by First Nations in Assembly. 2, call upon ISC to immediately implement its commitment to fund navigation support for high-needs children accessing Jordan's Principle after the age of majority, and to provide said supports to any young adults retroactively who would have otherwise benefited from the order but are now 26 years of age or older. 3, call upon ISC to immediately extend the age of majority for Jordan's Principle and fund post-majority supports for youth up to age 26. 4, call upon ISC to work with the parties to the tribunal proceedings to develop pathways for youth aging out of care to access post-majority support services independent of an agency or a First Nation. I will then go to resolution number 8, therefore be it resolved. If I can have Encore please go to resolution number 8, therefore be it resolved. It reads, direct the Technical Working Group on Social Development to conduct and oversee costing transition of reform of the Income Assistance Program, IA program, using the First Nations developed policy recommendations that outline considerations for a First Nations specific needs-based funding model, key elements for a First Nations determined social safety net, and recommendations for building First Nations capacity for self-determination and data sovereignty within the IA program. 2, call upon Canada to fund the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to conduct costing of the long-term financial investments required to fully implement the First Nations developed policy recommendations for the reform of the on-reserve IA program. 3, direct the AFN to report back to First Nations and Assembly on the progress and findings of the costing and transition of IA program reform by July 2024. 4, call on Canada to provide a formal record of decision on the First Nations developed policy recommendations to reaffirm their commitment to co-develop IA program reform. 5, call on Canada to co-develop future budget requirements for the IA program with First Nations that include regional priorities. 6, call on Canada to continue to provide ongoing inflation relief benefits for IA clients until the IA program rates are reflective of the cost of living in northern and remote areas. Now I'd like to turn you to draft resolution number 10. Encore, if we can go to draft resolution number 10. I do have to read in the whereas section in the preamble. There is an addition. This was handed out. It is up on the screen. I'll read it for the record. Whereas H, if I can have Encore scroll up, please. Scroll back to whereas H. Okay, it's not on this version. If I can, there it is. Okay, it reads, the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy's research to inform long-term funding solutions for FN CFS for First Nations with and without agencies is not due to be completed until March 2024 and Jordan's Principle in December of 2024. We will go down to therefore be it resolved. Just to clarify that addition, whereas H, I have read it into the record here in the Assembly. It was on the screen. It was visible to those in the room and on Zoom, so it is on record. It reads, therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly 1 support regional specific independent First Nations-led secretariats to support First Nations in implementing and transitioning to a reformed First Nations Child and Family Services FNCFS approach, including data, best practices, tools, and research. 2, call upon the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to consult with the National Advisory Committee on FNCFS program reform to provide expert advice on long-term reform of FNCFS. 3, call upon the AFN to provide an update to First Nations leadership on the implementation of AFN Resolution 40-2022 to ensure quality of life to the First Nations Child and Family Services Program and Jordan's Principle. 4, call upon the AFN to ensure the establishment of an alternative dispute resolution process under long-term reform that is apolitical, independent, properly resourced, culturally sensitive, trauma-informed, and accessible to safeguard the rights of First Nations children, youth, and families are respected and upheld. Number 5, call upon the AFN to work with regional First Nation leadership and FNCFS experts to strengthen the role of regional experts within the FNCFS and Jordan's Principle negotiations. 6, call upon Canada to ensure that the population count used to calculate FNCFS services reflect actual number of people who are the residents and citizens of a First Nation. 7, call upon Canada to provide its negotiating mandates and any relevant information in a timely manner to facilitate good faith negotiations. 8, if we can continue scrolling down, call upon the AFN to advocate for the use of the Consumer Price Index with a minimum of 2% per annum adjusted to upwards if the Consumer Price Index exceeds 2% for any given year to account for the inflation in the reformed FNCFS funding model and provision of funding respecting Jordan's Principle. 9, call on the AFN to conduct and support regional engagement on the final settlement agreement on long-term reform to ensure that First Nations leadership has an adequate opportunity to discuss and approve the final settlement agreement. So those are the resolutions as part of this omnibus resolution. So I'd like to ask Chief Perot, any comments? You don't have to speak to it. If you wish to address, oh, there he is. Microphone number 1, Chief Perot.
Bonjour, bonjour, and then we're marketing to Sakachaway and they go Bijou do them. Good string Jonji. And I too, along with everybody else, would like to acknowledge the territory and the hosts that have welcomed us here into their territory and give thanks for the elders and the drummers for the sacred gifts that they used to support all of us here. in number 6, I understand that the commitment had already been made there by ISC, but I wanted it on the record here at the AFN, so that was what I would say. And I support all of these resolutions. But while I'm at the mic, I just want to go back a little bit to what happened here this morning and with the election of the national chief. And there was a way to address the charter issue, and I referred to this in Toronto at a Chiefs of Ontario meeting, and Adam, you'll remember that. And what could have happened this morning after Chief Pratt, when he conceded a beautiful concession speech, and I'm so glad that he brought all of us together by doing that. But to more than just address the charter issue of 60%, we could have went one more ballot with one name on the ballot, and that would have been close to 100% that our new national chief would have received. And that would show unity across the country that we all support the national chief. And it could have been done. We could have still done business. We would have had 100% support of the national chief. I just wanted to add that. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Thank you very much, Chief Perot. Miigwech. Seconder, Chief McCoy, I know you're in the room. If you wish to speak, it's not necessary. You're okay? Okay, thumbs up. Thank you. The floor is open. You have the omnibus resolution before you. I am looking in the room. Nobody in the room. Online, looks like Ugamakwe Manitowabi. So if we can have Ugamakwe Manitowabi unmuted, please, to address the omnibus resolution. Go ahead, Ugamakwe.
Ani Miigwech. Rachel Mendobin, Tishnakas, Wikwem Kong, Benjaba, Makwadrodem. I just have a quick question, more of a clarification and confirmation on the age of 26. Is that chosen because of a youth age limit up to 25? I'm wondering if it's possible to have a friendly amendment to lower that age to 25 if possible without having to affect the settlement agreement if that's applicable. I have a number of band members that in Wikwemkong over the years who have faced limitations because of age restrictions. And so I raised this point based upon that fact of the experience here from families and children in Wikwemkong. And I'm going to assume that others in First Nations across the country have experienced those barriers. So to improve accessibility, just that little more, if we can somehow arrive at a friendly amendment of age 25 rather than 26, if that is possible. Nahaw, Chimigwech Gabazindoit, Nahaw.
Miigwech, Ugamakwe, just for clarification, if you can help us, we're dealing with the 4 resolutions in this omnibus. Which specific resolution and which paragraph number in the therefore be resolved, just to help the resolution team?
Oh my goodness, I don't have the exact resolution because I was following online, or sorry, on the screen. It was when the therefore be it resolved was being read out with respect to Jordan's principle and the eligibility for those who have, post-majority care, who have aged out and may have missed upon any funding availability that would start for them at age 26.
And
I'm not sure if that helps you.
Okay, and just to clarify, you are requesting a change to say what?
Just to increase the accessibility that much more, if there could be consideration to have a friendly amendment to reduce the age from 26 to 25, if possible, without affecting anything in regards to any settlement provisions. if it does require that a settlement provision be reopened, then I would withdraw my request.
So just to clarify, I believe we are looking at draft resolution number 7. If I can have Encore put up draft resolution number 7. It looks like it's therefore be it resolved number 2. Number 2 and number 3, there are references to the age 26 years. So if I understand correctly, Ogomakwe, Manitowabi, you're asking that it be changed from 26 to 25 unless it will negatively affect anything that's already in place and there may be negative implications. That's what you're asking?
Correct, Miwe.
Okay, Miigwech. So I'm looking to the resolutions team. We do have it up on the screen. 2 things we need to do very quickly. Identify those sections that you're asking to change and have a very quick look to see if there are any implications of doing that. And if so, then Ogomakwe Manitowabi is okay with leaving it as is. But the request is to lower it from age 26 to 25. So I'm going to get the team to very quickly look at that. Also the technical staff that are working on this specific resolution that are aware of this specific matter, I will have them have a quick look. Is that dealing with this specific question? Okay, so this deals with this specific question. If it's something else, we will pause on that for now, but if it's this specific question, lowering from 26 to 25. So the seconder at microphone number 2.
Ani Bojo, Ogama Gununini, Nudisnakas, Makwadorum, Batchwana Dunjba. I'm newly elected Chief Mark McCoy from Batchwana First Nation. Just to address that, the legal order is at 26, so I don't understand why we would go down to 25.
Okay, Miigwech Ogama. So Ogomakwe, the legal order is actually 26. That is in place already. So I believe you commented that if required, you're okay leaving it as it is. So we will move on. Miigwech. Microphone number 1, Deputy Grant Chief Narcisse, proxy.
Miigwech, Chair. Bojo Kanuyag, Nina Bobby Narcisse, Nijnikaz. Hello, everyone. My name is Bobby Narcisse. I'm Deputy Grand Chief at Anishinaabe Nation, also proxying for Araland First Nation as well. Just like to introduce my comments to really acknowledge the new National Chief, Cindy Woodhouse, and also the very important work that she's been doing within this file with child welfare and progressing where we are right now and the agreements that we've had as well. I'd also like to acknowledge David Pratt as well, who is also the co-chair of a newly assembly that we created as a result of the child welfare and all the different areas within the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal case, which we called NARC. The National Assembly of Remote Communities. As you know, I tried to call it the National Assembly of Remote Communities Implementing Social Services Equity, Narcisse, but we just, that's my last name, but we didn't want to do that, so we do it on NARC. But what I'm here to say is that we support this resolution, of course, but with respect to NARC, we really deal with remoteness. And the fact that these resolutions also include stanzas of remoteness costs. I know at NARC as well, we are looking at needs-based funding formulas to really account for remoteness. As you know, like $1 in many of our urban centers is different than $1 in many of our remote communities across the country. And we want to ensure that many of our children, youth, and families are not left behind as a result of access issues. Many of our areas, root causes of many of our problems within long-term reform of the Child and Family Services stem from the fact of access and lack of capacity and lack of housing in all those particular areas. And we want to ensure that these resolutions and also the weight of AFN behind them really also accounts and supports all those initiatives that are working with our remote communities. Whether you're road access, whether you're fly-in communities, whether your community is accessible by barges or anything like that. Our needs in the remote north are so diverse, and it's really important and imperative that we have the support of the AFN in this particular area to really work with members of the NARC communities to ensure that remoteness issues are also put at the forefront in looking at needs-based resourcing. So we are in support of these omnibus resolutions, and we encourage and anticipate the support of the AFN to ensure that remoteness and remoteness costs are also taken into consideration moving ahead on this very important file that deals with our children, our youth and families. We stand behind the fact that our chiefs have that jurisdiction of their children, of their youth and their families, wherever they reside in their communities as well. So we really continue to support that as a First Nation process moving ahead. So, Chimiagwaj, I just want to offer that, Chair, and thank you very much.
Miigwech, Deputy Grand Chief, thank you very much. Looking around the room, I will now be closing the speakers list, but I do see one more. Nothing on Zoom. So I will now close the speakers list after the last speaker at microphone 2. Go ahead.
Chief Arnie Lamproshak and Indian Band, Tlakatmuk Territory. Just on draft resolution number 7, therefore be it number 2. It says 26 years of age or older. And then on number 3, it says supports for youth up to age 26. It should be at least or older. I'd like to see that amended.
Thanks. So if you can stand by, just to clarify, you're asking supports for youth up to age 26, comma, or older. That's what you're
correct,
asking for.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And the reason why I say this is because of going back to my friend's comments over here about remoteness and all of that. But the thing is if all of the provinces are not at that same level across the board, then this is something that our AFN chief can work for. And in order for all of our children to be treated fairly in that same age brackets, not just picking and choosing who they're going to be looking after. Thank you.
Miigwech, thank you. So there's a requested amendment, and I'm just looking to the resolutions team, looking at the screen I have down here. The reference was to draft resolution number 7, paragraph 3, to add where it says for youth up to age 26, and it would be comma or older. Now, I know there was a question regarding that age 26 earlier. There was a response, and I see our seconder coming up. There may be a response to that. Yes. Go ahead. Ugama McCoy. Microphone 2, please.
Hello again. I asked Dr. Cindy Blackstock to come up. She's the technical person with regards to this, and she could answer this question better than I can.
Miigwech. Dr. Blackstock.
Good afternoon, and I want to recognize the Algonquin Nation and all the leadership and elders and youth in the room, and thank you, Chief. The reason was there was a legal order made for children up to 26 to be able to benefit from post-majority services, but Canada took so long to implement it that some of those youth, through no fault of their own, had a birthday and then they weren't able to get it. So we want to make sure any child who is eligible as a date of that order, or any young person who is eligible as a date of that order, actually gets the benefit, even though they had their 26th birthday. Does that make sense?
Thank you. Miigwech. I'm looking to the Chief. Seconder, are you suggesting leave it as it is at 26 because of that legal order?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So that is the response from the seconder. I would normally go to the mover, but seconder is suggesting leaving it as it is for that reason. Mover, Chief Perot. Microphone 1, please.
I'm not sure that he is saying leave it as is. I think that clause number 3, the words or older, because of just what Dr. Blackstock just mentioned, they've had their 26th birthday already since that order, and we want to include them. We don't want to lose them. So I think we need to have the amendment in that clause number 3, 26 or older, so we capture all of them.
Seconder, Ogama, Chief McCoy, you're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So on the screen, we're just making the change. It says up to age 26 or older. Thank you. Mover and seconder have approved. With that, speaker's list was closed. I'm looking online. I don't see any hands raised. Can I have the Zoom poll open, please, online? The poll is open in the room. Any opposition to the resolution? Any opposition? I see none. Any abstentions? I'm just looking online. So online, here's what's happened. Online, you're voting on the 4 resolutions separately. Moving forward on an omnibus, we need 1 poll for the omnibus. We don't separate them. But for this one, we're going to go with that. So I'm going to ask for the polls to be closed, please. Encore, if you can scroll down on the poll for me, please. Thank you. So with that, resolution is carried by consensus. Miigwech, thank you very much. I'll now turn it over to my colleague for the next omnibus resolution. Miigwech.
I asked Adam, did you say a nice omnibus? He said, no, a next. So I was wrong. He said it is his accent, maybe. Okay, so on that, chiefs and proxies, we will have a nice omnibus here, which contains 6 draft resolutions, and these are all related to rights and justice. And the first, oh yes, so on that I will check to see if we have the mover and the seconder of this rights package. So the mover here is Diane Sack. Diane Sack, are you present in the room? Oh yes, thank you, Miigwech. We will now check if the seconder is present in the room. Chief Wilfred King, do I see Chief King in the room? Yes, I see him. Thank you very much. So the seconder, the mover and the seconder are present in the room. Thank you very much. We will now proceed to read all, therefore be it resolved, sections of this omnibus package on justice and rights. As I mentioned, there are 6 draft resolutions. We will proceed with the first one, which is DR 13. And the first thing I will do is to read the title and then to go to therefore be it resolved for each 6 draft resolutions. What I wanted also to tell you, yes, I will do that in French. So just to be respectful for our great and wonderful diversity of our nations here throughout Turtle Island. So on that, I'm sorry for the delay. Thank you for your patience. I just want to have, I wanted to have the title of DR 13 in French, but now it takes too long. So I will read the title in English, since it's not up on the screen at this moment. So, creation of a Chiefs Committee on Treaties And we will go in front. No, it's okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Encore. You're not a chief. So the title of this draft resolution 13 is in French. Création d'un comité des chefs sur les traités. Thank you very much. You can now go to the therefore be it resolved section. Thank you. Pour ces motifs, les Premières Nations en Assemblée, 1. Enjoignent à l'Assemblée des Premières Nations de créer un comité des chefs sur les traités pour interpréter les traités antérieurs à la Confédération et les traités numéro 1 à 11. 2. Enjoignent au comité des chefs d'élaborer un mandat comprenant le préambule de la présente résolution afin d'en assurer la mise en œuvre. 3. Enjoignent au comité des chefs d'élaborer les principes de mise en œuvre portant sur l'interprétation des traités qui devront figurer dans le mandat du comité des chefs. 4. Enjoignent à l'APN de veiller à ce que les principes d'interprétation des traités soient présentés aux Premières Nations en Assemblée dans le cadre d'une prochaine résolution et incorporés dans le plan d'action national du Canada relatif à la loi concernant la Déclaration des Nations unies sur les droits des peuples autochtones. 5. Enjoignent à l'APN de plaider en faveur et de rechercher des ressources adéquates pour que le mandat de ce comité puisse être pleinement accompli. Ce qui termine la lecture de ce premier projet de résolution contenu dans cet Omnibus. Et nous allons passer au prochain projet de résolution. Je vais demander de mettre à l'écran le projet de résolution numéro 14, s'il vous plaît. So, draft resolution 14, please, up on the screen. Thank you so much. Draft resolution number 14, please, Encore. Is it there? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ce projet de résolution numéro 14 est intitulé « Demande d'enquête nationale sur la rafle des années 60 et le retrait d'enfants autochtones de leur famille par le gouvernement du Canada ». Nous allons maintenant aller à la section « Il est maintenant résolu ». Merci beaucoup. Nous allons maintenant lire ensemble la section pour ces motifs du projet de résolution 14. Pour ces motifs, les Premières Nations en Assemblée, 1. Appuie la demande d'une enquête nationale sur la rafle des années 60 et le retrait permanent d'enfants et enjoigne au bureau de la chef nationale de l'APN de demander au gouvernement fédéral de lancer une enquête nationale en partenariat avec 60 Scoop, Legacy of Canada. 2. Enjoigne à l'APN de rédiger un protocole d'entente avec 60 Scoop Legacy of Canada, un organisme national sans but lucratif de soutien par les pairs pour venir en aide aux survivants de la rafle des années 60. 3. Enjoigne au comité exécutif... 3. Enjoigne au comité exécutif de l'APN de demander au gouvernement fédéral et provinciaux un financement à long terme pour soutenir la mise en œuvre d'un programme de rapatriement et de guérison à l'intention des survivants et des familles de la rafle des années 60. 4. Enjoigne à l'APN de solliciter un avis juridique concernant l'établissement d'une nouvelle date limite de présentation de demande dans le cadre de l'entente de règlement relative à la rafle des années 60, conclu entre les Premières Nations et les Inuits, à condition que ce nouveau processus n'interfère pas avec le traitement des demandes et l'indemnisation des demandeurs déjà en cours. Numéro 5. Enjoigne à la chef nationale de l'APN de chercher des ressources pour tenir une conférence de presse commune avec 60 Scoop Legacy of Canada dans le but de demander au gouvernement fédéral d'ordonner une enquête nationale aux Premières Nations au Canada d'appuyer une telle demande. Merci. Nous allons maintenant mettre à l'écran le projet de résolution numéro 16. Ce projet de résolution numéro 15, numéro 15. Je pense que mes yeux sont devenus fatigués. Je suis désolée pour cela. Projet de résolution numéro 15, intitulé « Ordonnance de protection communautaire à l'encontre des délinquants violents et récidivistes parmi les Premières Nations ». Nous allons maintenant lire les clauses opératives de ce projet de résolution numéro 15. You can now go to the therefore be it resolved section. Thank you. Pour ces motifs, les Premières Nations en Assemblée, 1. Demande à tous les ordres de gouvernement d'appuyer les Premières Nations dans l'obtention et l'application d'ordonnances de protection communautaire visant les délinquants violents et récidivistes et de travailler avec elles au renforcement de leurs institutions juridiques, y compris l'application de lois visant à les protéger ainsi que leurs citoyens. 2. Enjoigne à l'APN de trouver des ressources pour soutenir des travaux en collaboration avec les Premières Nations qui considéreraient à étudier la création ou la modification de lois fédérales et provinciales dans le but de définir le champ d'application et les critères des ordonnances de protection communautaire et de veiller à ce que les ordonnances s'inscrivent dans les cadres culturels et juridiques des Premières Nations concernées. 3. Enjoigne à l'APN de travailler avec Justice Canada, Sécurité publique Canada et Relations couronnes autochtones et Affaires du Nord Canada à l'élaboration d'une procédure claire permettant de demander et d'appliquer des ordonnances de protection communautaire visant les délinquants violents et récidivistes. Merci. Nous allons maintenant afficher le projet de résolution numéro 16. C'est le 4e projet de résolution dans cet ensemble de résolutions Omnibus numéro B. Merci beaucoup. Alors maintenant que c'est à l'écran, projet de résolution numéro 16, intitulé « Demander au Canada de mettre en œuvre les 230 appels à la justice de l'enquête nationale sur les FF2E plus ADA et le contrôle du financement par les Premières Nations ». Nous allons maintenant lire ensemble la section « Il est résolu que ». Merci pour votre grande patience. Pour ces motifs, les Premières Nations en Assemblée, 1. Exigent du Canada qu'il prenne des mesures quantifiables pour mettre en œuvre les 230 appels à la justice de l'enquête nationale sur les femmes, les filles et les personnes LGBTQIA+, autochtones, disparus et assassinés. 2. Demande au Canada de veiller à ce que toutes les activités mises en œuvre dans le cadre du plan d'action national pour mettre fin à la violence contre les femmes, les filles et les personnes LGBTQIA+, autochtones, soient réalisées de manière concrète et en collaboration avec les survivants et les membres de la famille des FF2E plus ADA. 3. Demande au Canada d'élaborer, en collaboration avec les Premières Nations, des mécanismes garantissant que les fonds alloués pour répondre aux problèmes et aux défis auxquels se heurtent les FF2E plus ADA des Premières Nations et leurs familles sont acheminés directement aux Premières Nations ou aux organisations mandatées par les Premières Nations. 4. Enjoigne à l'APN d'insister auprès du Canada pour que les fonds alloués aux Premières Nations pour les FF2E plus ADA soient utilisés d'une manière qui respecte la compétence des Premières Nations. 5. Demande à l'APN de plaider en faveur d'un financement durable à long terme assorti de processus dirigés par les Premières Nations afin de garantir que les fonds sont alloués de manière transparente pour les Premières Nations et les citoyens des Premières Nations. Nous allons maintenant mettre à l'écran le prochain projet de résolution numéro 17, qui est intitulé « Demande d'un financement continu, durable et adéquat pour la recherche d'enfants décédés ou disparus dans les pensionnats indiens ». Nous allons maintenant lire ensemble la section « Il est résolu que ». Pour ces motifs, les Premières Nations en Assemblée, 1. Demande au Canada de s'engager financièrement au-delà de 2025 en garantissant un financement continu, durable et adéquat pour tous les travaux actuels et futurs liés à la recherche et à la récupération des restes, à l'identification, à l'enquête, au repatriement et à la commémoration des enfants qui sont décédés ou qui ont disparu alors qu'ils étaient forcés de fréquenter un pensionnat indien. 2. Enjoigne à l'APN de demander au fédéral d'annoncer immédiatement son engagement à assurer un financement continu, durable et adéquat aux Premières Nations jusqu'à la fin des travaux en cours concernant les enfants décédés ou disparus. Nous allons maintenant procéder à la lecture du dernier projet de résolution de ce package Omnibus sur les droits et la justice et le projet de résolution numéro 18, merci beaucoup, qui a été révisé. Alors, il est intitulé « Réformer les structures d'honoraires juridiques abusives ». Nous allons maintenant lire ensemble la section « Il est résolu que ». If we can go to the next section. For this particular draft resolution, since it has been reviewed and revised, I'll read this section, therefore be it resolved section in English, because I'm not sure we have that in French, so I don't want to take any chance. We'll read it together in English. Therefore be it resolved that the First Nation in Assembly, 1, direct the AFN to call on the Federation of Law of Societies and the 14 provincial and territorial law societies to develop and implement in coordination and collaboration with First Nations distinctions-based rules of professional conduct to address fair and reasonable legal fees for First Nations clients. 2, call on the Government of Canada to take a strong stance against law firms who prey upon First Nations and utilize exploitive legal fee structures against them. Thank you very much. This omnibus package has been moved, seconded, and read and entered into the record. We will now open the floor for discussions, and I will first give the possibility for the mover of this omnibus package to speak to it. You have up to 5 minutes. Thank you. Microphone number 1, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Deanne Sack, proxy for Chief Annie Daisley Pinard. I move and support the omnibus package. These are all important motions to support and protect our people. I'd like to speak specifically to Resolution 16. The calls to justice were released in 2019. It has now been over 4 years. And Canada has failed to act and implement the recommendations of the National Inquiry. Our community members face an incredible trauma in sharing their stories. These stories cannot be lost in another unanswered report. We have to honor in what we heard and take real, consistent, and quantifiable action. We will not stand while our women, girls, and LGBTQIA community members continue to be victimized. We will not stand by as our mothers and daughters and aunties and nieces face violence. We will continue to fight for their safety, their well-being, and their ability to thrive, not just survive. Our communities told Canada what they needed changed, and we expect them to act on those changes. The Nova Scotia provincial government is bounds ahead of Canada. They aren't even the government that commissioned the report, but they hold themselves accountable. The Nova Scotia province has supported our women back at home. They supported by the Jane Paul Indigenous Resource Centre, the Family Information Liaison Unit, the Resiliency Centre, human trafficking programs, and so many more other supports for our women. The province is making strides to support our community members and protect them from violence. Where is Canada? This resolution calls for Canada to implement the 231 calls to justice and fund communities and organizations to address the MMIWG 2S challenges and come up with real, quantifiable plans to do so. It also calls for funding streamed directly to Indigenous communities and organizations, rather than Canada deciding the best ways to help our women and two-spirited people. This has to come from our communities. This funding has to be long-term and sustainable. We further call on Canada to do work with communities and co-develop the tools and mechanisms needed to stop the epidemic violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQ people. On behalf of Chief Annie
King, if you wish to speak to it, it's not an obligation, of course, but if you wish to speak to it, you have up to 4 minutes. Thank you.
I don't need to speak to it, Miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you so much. Yeah. A lot of support in the room, thank you. So we'll now go to microphone number 2, Dr. Littlechild. You have up to 4 minutes according to the rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I neglected to acknowledge our new national chief when I first took the floor, and I apologize. I just wanted to add my voice to the congratulations that have been extended to her. We would like to suggest a friendly amendment to this resolution by adding a paragraph 6. The reasons for proposing an amendment are that the way it's worded right now, we have a concern with respect to discussion of principles and interpretations of treaty without reference to international law. And we would highlight, for example, that the UN Declaration, Article 27, calls for, 37, calls for treaties to be enforced. The second element of it is that the OAS, the Organization of American States Declaration on Treaties, Article 24, goes further than the UN Declaration by calling for the inclusion of the original spirit and intent of treaty and as understood by Indigenous peoples. So we'd like to suggest that you consider an additional paragraph that would reference the following so that this matter would be taken care of in a good way. We propose to add another paragraph 6 that would read, the above stated must not be interpreted by anyone. I'm sorry, let me begin a preface. The above stated must be without prejudice to international treaties and must not be or shall not be interpreted by anyone as domestication of treaties. Thank you.
Miigwech. I will now ask Encore if you can please put draft resolution number 13 up on the screen, please, so we can all see it in the room and on the Zoom platform. And we have here a proposed amendment to add a clause, so clause number 6, in this draft resolution number 13. I will read it out loud and we'll check first if the language is okay. The above stated must be without prejudice to international treaties and shall not be interpreted by anyone as domestication of treaties. Dr. Littlechild, does this reflect, does the language reflect what you just proposed? If I see a thumbs up, I will interpret it as a go. Great, thank you so much. So this reflects the proposed amendments. Now, I will go to the mover of this omnibus package on rights and justice and seek for a support. I see a support. Thank you very much. Chief King, seconder, do you support this proposed amendment? Microphone number 1, please.
Bonjour, Chief King, Kiasag, Nishnabek, Gulbey First Nation. Madam Chair, when this resolution was first proposed, there was a mover, there was a seconder. I went to the Alberta caucus on Tuesday at 1 o'clock to discuss this resolution. There were concerns from the Alberta caucus about some of the wording in this resolution and how it may be deemed to be domesticated. And first and foremost, Gulbey First Nation is a signatory to the Robinson Superior Treaty of 1850. We view that treaty as an international instrument as well. We don't believe in the domestication of our treaty as well. And we vehemently oppose any kind of interpretation that would relegate our treaty to domestic law. But however, I think that we need to put the treaty issue on the table in our assemblies. I've been chief now for over 20 years, and we never talk about treaties, and it's often relegated to something of an ancient document that we never ever talk about. So we need to put them on the forefront, and they have to be advanced somewhere, somehow. I do know that there was discussion on treaties at one point on some First Nations that wanted to discuss treaties, and they were they had a few meetings and everything just sort of didn't go anywhere. And this is not to take away anybody. With these omnibus resolutions is that, maybe one resolution may be contentious where the other ones are all supportive. And so this is why I see a problem when we do these omnibus, when we have a Resolution 13, for example, we're having issues that maybe the other resolutions there are no issues with. So I talked to the Alberta caucus, and the mover and the seconder were really looking at making friendly amendments and so forth. But I hate to see the resolution get tabled, or at least if it's going to be asked to be removed from this omnibus, we should at least have that discussion on it after the omnibus and deal with it immediately. So I just want to make sure that we don't lose it, and that word as the seconder, I'm willing to look at friendly amendments. I do know that there is also a new mover that wants to talk about it as well, and perhaps some friendly amendments. So, miigwech. So, sorry, Madam Chair, and I just wanted to add one thing. Yesterday, I didn't see nothing in the charter when we're talking about the elections. You know, we suspended the assembly for I don't know how many hours yesterday, and perhaps we could have taken care of business while the elections were taking place. I think there was a, I don't know how many hours span, but a lot of us were waiting in the assembly room, gone back to their hotel rooms or gone elsewhere, but we could have dealt with a lot of business yesterday, and even last night and even this morning. So I think we got to change the way we do business here. So miigwech.
Miigwech to the seconder, and we take this comment. It's very important. We follow it. Obviously, we follow the rules, the charter, the most important rules of this organization. So unless the rules are changed, we cannot change it ourselves. But thank you very, very much for this. In terms of pulling out a draft resolution contained in an omnibus package, the advice we receive, and we will follow the advice from the resolution committee, we need to proceed with an omnibus. If we need to pull out a draft resolution, it will go at the end of the omnibus packages, just before the late draft resolution. This is one thing. I just wanted also to make sure that we're all on the same page here in terms of timing. It's not 15 minutes before 4. We have a hard stop at 4:30. So we will go as far as we can, but we need to stop at 4:30. So that's what I wanted to say. Going back to microphone number 1, I think you had like 1 minute left, so we'll continue on that.
And I think that was the concern I had, was that if it gets pulled from the omnibus, then it goes to the bottom of the barrel again, and we'll never get to it. And it'll probably be a next resolution at a spring assembly or a summer assembly. And so that's a concern I have. And again, I don't want to reflect on yesterday, but we wasted a whole day sitting around doing nothing when we could have been dealing with these important issues. So we have to change the charter. Miigwech.
Miigwech, if you can please stay nearby the microphone, because I need to know, we need to consider this proposed amendment, so clause number 6 in draft resolution number 13. So I need to get the support of the mover and the seconder. We did get the support of the mover. I need to know if the seconder of this omnibus is in favor of this. Microphone number 1, please.
I'm in favor until there's a discussion on it. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Thank you so much. So this omnibus has been amended. Thank you very much. It has been approved by mover and seconder. We will continue now. Where was I in terms of the microphone? Just want to confirm that there is one hand in the Zoom platform, so I will take this hand at this moment, and I will invite Proxy Cheryl Casimir to speak, to address the Assembly. You have up to 4 minutes. If possible, to open your camera, please.
I'm not able to, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Cheryl Casimir, proxy for my Nasukan Joe Pierre of my community here in Upham, a citizen of the Tanaha Nation located here in British Columbia. Before I start, I'd also like to extend my congratulations to Cindy Woodhouse on her election and becoming the next national chief, and looking forward to doing some important work with her on the priorities and issues, not just across the country, but in British Columbia. I'm speaking to resolution number 13. I'm just seeking some clarification. I represent the First Nations Summit in BC. It's a political organization, one of 3. But our organization is specific to supporting and advocating around issues related to modern-day treaty negotiations in British Columbia. As you know, there are not a lot of treaties that have been concluded in BC. So we have a modern-day treaty process that I just want to ensure that whatever language or whatever work comes as a result of this committee that I see is specific to pre-Confederate and numbered treaties 1 through 11 does not impede the work or impact the work that is happening currently in British Columbia with our negotiations. Now, I'm not sure if there's language that can be added to that effect, but I just want to make sure that the interests of BC First Nations who are in the process of negotiating are not impacted by this resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Miigwech, Chief Proxy. At this moment, I would need to get a confirmation from you if you wish to have a proposed amendment, or if it was a general comment which has been confirmed. I see someone in the back. So, Proxy Casimir, if you can please confirm.
Right. I would like to see some language added that would just say that this work does not impede or impact the negotiations process, BC negotiations framework process in British Columbia.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'll check with. Yes, perfect. So Resolution Committee will work on this with you, and Resolution Committee will propose language for this proposed amendment. I see someone here at the microphone number 2. I think it's related to this discussion. So microphone number 2, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Carcass Tigers First Nation, Deputy Chief. We do have some wording that we were talking about that. So.
Okay, so since we're talking about this amendment, I thank you all for your cooperation and understanding. We will address this specific proposed amendment first, and I hear that we have some proposed language to be communicated to the Resolution Committee.
Oh no, okay, no, I don't think so.
So I will encourage you to either read it or to discuss with, okay, so we'll read it together. Microphone number 2, please.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. First Nations have modern treaties that are nation to nation, agreements recognized and affirmed under the Constitution Act 1982, and nothing in this resolution is meant to or shall be interpreted so as to diminish, limit, impact, or supersede the ability of First Nations to exercise their inherent jurisdictions, to exercise and fulfill their rights and authorities under modern treaties, or to engage in their unique relationship with Canada. And that's Yukon First Nations amended wording, and hopefully it addresses the BC one, but they are definitely welcome to add to that or change it.
Miigwech. So we just heard some proposed language related to draft resolution number 13, the same one that just has been amended. And the proposed language here is proposed with the aim to satisfy the proposed amendment earlier by Proxy Casimir. So we'll look at it together, we'll read it together, because the Resolution Committee got the language and put it in the Google Drive. So let's read it together once again. First Nations have modern treaties that are nation-to-nation agreements recognized and affirmed under the Constitution Act 1982, and nothing in this resolution is meant or shall be interpreted so as to diminish, limit, impact, or supersede the ability of First Nations to, it's not me that cannot read, it's because there's no other word after the 2, but it's coming. Okay, 2, exercise their inherent jurisdictions to exercise and fulfill their rights and authorizes under modern treaties or to engage in their unique relationship with Canada. on that, first, just want to check with Interim Regional Chief, does this satisfy your proposed amendment? Is this the same language that you just mentioned a bit earlier?
Yes.
Microphone number 2, yes. Thank you so much.
Can I just add, this is for 13 and 15 when you come to it.
So this language needs to be added also in draft resolution number 15?
Yes. Correct.
Okay, so this is a clause that that is proposed to be added into draft resolution in this omnibus package on rights and justice, so that draft resolution number 13 and 15. On that, first I'm going to check with the initial proposed amendment, Proxy Casimir, if this would satisfy you as a proposed amendment as discussed earlier. So Proxy Casimir, if you can please come to the virtual microphone.
Yes, Madam Chair, it works perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we will check with the mover. So mover, Diane Sack, are you? Yes. You're okay? So you're okay. Mover of this omnibus is okay. Seconder is okay as well. So thank you so much. Just want to clarify here, we're still on omnibus on rights and justice. Draft resolution number 13 has been amended twice, and draft resolution number 15 as well. And we just read the clause that is proposed, that will be added in both GR 13 and 15. Thank you so much. We will now continue. And at this time, I'm going to ask, first, I'm going to close the speakers list at this time. So, and I'm going to ask you for your collaboration if we want to make to go through the list of resolution. We'll need to go maybe a bit quicker, and I'll ask to please mention if you want to mention if you support or not this package, and if you have an amendment, if you can please state your amendments, your proposed amendment as soon as possible and in brief details. So we'll go to microphone number 1, please.
Miigwech. Chief Linné Koos from Sagimé and Anishinaabeg in Treaty 4. And I want to apologize earlier. I did not acknowledge and congratulate the new National Chief, and I want to do that now. I want to say congratulations to our new National Chief. I think it's really disingenuous to bundle a contentious treaty resolution with other very important resolutions dealing with our children. That puts us in a bad position. If we're opposed to the treaty resolution, then we have to oppose all of the resolutions. So I think that's really disingenuous of the AFN to bundle this resolution with these other resolutions. And I want to apologize to the drafters and the movers and seconders of the other resolutions. I'm going to have to be opposed because of resolution number 13. I'm from Treaty 4. In our treaty, under our treaty law, when our ancestors negotiated treaty, the Crown promised that they will every year come out to a representative of the Crown would come out and talk to us at Treaty 4 about treaty implementation issues. And the Crown did do that in the first 4 years, up until 1878. And it's not, you know, this resolution, a Chiefs Committee on Treaty Implementation determining and to create implementation principles on treaty interpretation. You know, that directly contravenes even UNDA, right? We always quote UNDA in these resolutions, and this violates our ability at Treaty 4 to be able to discuss implementation issues with the Crown. And I also have to say, it seems to me that Treaty 8 pulled out of the AFN, and yet Treaties 1 it says treaties 1 to 11 year, including treaty number 8 as well as Onion Lake, who will not come here and participate in treaty discussions with the AFN, largely because of these kinds of moves that undermine the voice of treaty from the treaty areas. So I have to oppose this. You're violating the principles under UNDA that you say that you believe in. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. If I may, I'm going to ask you to please stay near the microphone. I just want to check something with you because these are really very important comments you made. And what you explained, I just want to check with you if you're asking to pull out draft resolution number 13, is it formal or it was just a comment?
Yes.
Microphone number 1, thank you so much.
I recall in the past, before Omnibus was introduced, that the chairs would ask if the chiefs had any resolutions that they would like pulled from the Omnibus, and that didn't happen. If that happened, I certainly would have came to the mic and requested that it be pulled.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have a request at the microphone to pull out draft resolution number 13. It's only one draft resolution from the omnibus package to be pulled. So on that, I will need the support of the mover and the seconder of this omnibus package. And first, I'll check with the mover to see if you agree with this request to pull out draft resolution number 13 from this omnibus. So microphone number 1, please.
I agree and support the removal of the draft 13.
Thank you very much.
And passing the rest of the omnibus.
Thank you very much. I'm going to now need the support of the seconder. Microphone number 1.
Chief Wilfred King, Gulbey First Nation. I would support that as well. It would be pulled because I think it's such an important resolution. And like I said earlier, those resolutions, when they're, I'm not blaming the AFN staff for this because we're trying to be expedient in our discussions, but I think when you omnibus these resolutions, some of them are contentious, and that should have been flagged by the Resolutions Committee. And I would have thought that this resolution would have been passed throughout the region so we'd have those concerns addressed before it gets to the Assembly. So I'm okay with having it pulled, but unfortunately, it'll probably be down at the bottom of the barrel again. We'll be discussing this in the next 10 years, looks like. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. So I now confirm that the Omnibus on Rights and Justice contains 5 draft resolution. Draft resolution number 13 has been pulled out. So we will continue discussion on this Omnibus package, but this has been agreed upon. We will now go to microphone number 1, please.
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I believe Mrs. Horseman was before me. But I can speak, but she was before me. I'm being polite. I'm respecting. Okay, well, you want me to talk or want Horseman to speak first?
Oh, the conventions here, I'm sorry, we don't keep track of who's first at the microphone. We circle the microphone, 1, 2, 3, always like this. So over to you.
Cold Lake First Nations Chief Kelsey Jacko, thank you for pulling that bill. You know, I can speak all day about treaty, but I have to question quorum too. What's the legal thing about it? You know, do we even have quorum? Because I know if Regina was here, she would talk about this. You know, in Alberta, they rejected this number 13. If you guys want to have treaty talks, come in my community, August 26th to 30th. We'll be hosting a Treaty 1 to 11 meeting. And I have a problem with number 1. I did send AFN a letter. You know, you don't speak for my nation, especially when it comes to treaty. Because, you know, whatever you guys do is going to affect my backyard. And do I have to go to court to fight for the best interest of my people? Because that's what we do as chief here. We speak for the best interest of the people. So I just had to come up here and state that, we're here till 4:30. So I'm hoping it doesn't come to the floor. You know, I'm going to miss a flight, or if I miss my flight, maybe somebody will have to put me up for tonight. You know, I'm a good visitor. I listen very well. Hopefully you guys do the same. Merci, and you guys have a good afternoon.
Miigwech, Chief. Microphone number 2, please.
Nanaskamau Kutawino, Nanaskamau Kigawino. I'd first and foremost like to thank the Creator. Each and every day when I wake up, that's who I thank for all of the good things that are in my life and for my home nation, which is Horse Lake First Nation. My name is Ramona Horseman, Chief of Horse Lake. I am from Treaty Number 8, and this Number 13 resolution, this is why I'm here, this is why I left home, to speak specifically to this one. Not that the children aren't important, and the missing and murdered Indigenous women, the 60 scoop, and they're all in the same package. So I was pretty actually it was heartwarming to see that we're in that ranking of importance, but yet I know treaty was signed by my ancestors in 1899, June 21st. And also, the AFN was not developed until the late 1980s. Sometimes I feel like a child in a game in an arena of the government. And here we are again, that there's been a body, an organization imposing themselves, just like the Alberta government does on us on a daily basis, saying that we have to have a committee here in Ottawa to negotiate treaties for my people in Treaty Number 8, for my people in Horse Lake. So I'd like to thank the mover and the seconder for removing Number 13 as a resolution, and I would ask that the resolution table over there be very mindful when you're talking about treaties. You are not allowed to discuss treaties on my behalf. You are not allowed to discuss it on behalf of my children. I'm here to make sure that for 7 generations from today that my children are going to be taken care of. There's a lot of treaty people in this room, modern day treaty people in this room. We have to be very mindful that this organization who marched the Canada flag, the American flag, before the AFN flag, I have a that was very impactful to me, that this organization may not necessarily be led by the First Nations people, but actually by the Canadian government when I seen that yesterday. I was not in the procession yesterday. And when I seen that, that was very, I guess, hurtful in a way. But then I realized maybe my negligence in not being here at this table, and as a representative of the Alberta nations, that maybe we should start being here and be very voiceful. I'd like to thank the treaty nations from 6, 7, and 8 who did attend to oppose 13. Because again, I'm here to make sure that my children are good for 7 generations. And the resolution table and whomever developed this resolution 13 to read about treaties, you have no business. If you want to talk about treaties and negotiate anything, you send them to the Treaty 8 office in Alberta. The Treaty 8 office, that's where you come to. But that's what I wanted to tell you. And again, I would like to make sure, and I would question quorum as well here in this room, because I don't see 200 and some chiefs, and I'm pretty sure that's probably what we have to meet here. And it might be legal challenges. If again, ever treaties are mentioned here, that anybody at the AFN feels that they are obligated, like the Alberta government, to infringe upon my sovereignty and inherent rights as a First Nations woman and the leader of my people. But thank you so much, everybody, and safe travels. Thank you. I want to congratulate Chief Woodhouse on her election today. Ikse, hi.
Miigwech, Chief. First, comments on draft resolution 13, well heard, and that is why I understand that is why this draft resolution has been pulled out. So I will please encourage all of you at the speaker, at the microphone, sorry, to please keep your intervention to draft resolution 13 for another moment when we'll speak to it. At this time, I also heard something about quorum, and I want to check. I need to make sure that your question is clear. Was it just a comment, or you're asking if we have quorum, or I'm not sure. So, Chief, I'm going to ask you please to come to the microphone just to confirm if it was, because this is an important issue you raised, so I want to make sure that we respect what you said. So microphone number 2, if you just confirm if it was a comment or if you ask for quorum.
I'm asking actually for quorum and the legalities around quorum. And also, there has to be different mechanisms within this organization to collect quorum for that day. I don't know if it states in the charter if it's 50 people in the room that day and you have to have 25 plus 1. Is it whoever registered for the entire meeting? Is it 461? So that would be 232. 232. So what is quorum?
Okay, thank you, Chief. Thank you for this important question. So the rules of procedure that we, that you chiefs and proxies adopted on the first day contains a section, or more than 2 sections, 2 articles on quorum. The first one is section 24, which address the quorum, which is 51%, and the section 26, I think. Yep. Oh, no, 25. This is okay. So no, sorry, 25. So both 24 and 25 speak to this quorum issue, and this morning, when I called the meeting to order, 1 hour after that, we check for the number, so the count in the room and on the Zoom platform. This 51% of this number represent the quorum. So this is the explanation to the quorum thing. But if you ask, do we have quorum right now, and it's a formal request to do to actually count, this we'll do. But if we don't have, we can continue with resolution. This has impact, but it's valid. Like you decide, are you okay with my explanation, or you want a count on the floor and online? So over to microphone number 2, please.
Without putting in jeopardy the other resolutions that are on the table that are impactful to the 60 scoop and the others that are there, they're very important, but yet are we following process and policy here within this organization? How confident are you, Madam Chair, that there's quorum in this room? Because if you're going to continue, then I'm going to say it's up to you, and it's actually in your table about the legalities of the formalities of this organization. And I hear charter, I hear policy, I hear regulation, but yet when somebody, and Chief Jacko had actually asked about quorum several times throughout the past couple of days, not once was there ever an actual physical count of, do we have quorum? So that's in your table and how comfortable you are that there's actually quorum in this room.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this. First, I can confirm that once quorum is established, it is deemed respected and valid until such time it is questioned. So this is the basis of our work here. So the procedure for us as co-chairs, we deem this, we take this quorum as established, unless it is obvious that in the room and online there's no one, like no one, not a lot of chiefs and proxies. But if it's not obvious for us, it is not to us to question the quorum. This is, you are proxies and chiefs, you are the one that can question the quorum, and if it's questioned, we'll do a count. We respect what you ask, and we are there for you. So is it, and quorum, when quorum is established, there is actually a count. So there was a count today. Maybe it was not obvious for certain person, but they were there counting. So microphone number 2, please.
If we were actually in Parliament, you'd know if there's quorum or not. That's how I know that it's dysfunctional in this room, because you can't even keep count of quorum in this room. And I would question quorum.
Okay. So quorum is questioned.
I'm asking for a count.
And I see someone happy. Thank you, Chief. I propose first to address this, unless is it related, microphone number 1, to the quorum?
Yes, it is related, Madam Chair. Again, I was here very early. I go to the washroom, I go have something to eat, and I missed the quorum count. And isn't quorum counted on the first day or the second day and the third day? And at some point, you lose quorum. I don't care how many people you have here registered in the morning that's participating, at some point you will lose quorum. So I think when you reach that threshold, and it's not up to you to make that determination by looking around and seeing who's all in the room. If a chief calls for a quorum, the process is there'd be a count. But we just can't pass resolutions because it's convenient. And you can't say we're going to pass those 3 resolutions because we don't have a quorum, but when a contentious one comes up, we say, oh, we can't pass that one because we lose quorum. So we can't pass any more resolutions if we lose quorum. So I'd like the quorum count and what was the count today, and if we still have quorum before we pass any more resolutions or deal with any more business. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Yes, so quorum is questioned. I will need help from the team, and I'm going to consult also my co-chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We've just checked with our distribution. There has been a question, do we have quorum? So I'd like to respond. And I know there's a discussion. Okay, so just to repeat, on day 1, Chiefs, you passed a motion to adopt the rules of procedure. The rules of procedure outlines how we establish quorum. So you've given us the mandate as the co-chairs to follow that. Here's what you told us. It's in the rules. Rule number 24 says quorum is 51% of those that were in the room. So there's a series of steps here. Those that were in the room physically and online. Rule 25 says the registration coordinator must advise the speaker of the number of registered representatives 1 hour after the call to order of a session. Call to order was made this morning after the new national chief made her speech. An hour later, pursuant to the rules you've given us, there was a count. So there was a total amount of those in the room, physically and online. In order for resolutions to pass, we require 51% of that number. If we don't have 51% of that number, we cannot make any decisions. Distribution team has just done a count. When the request was made, we do have at least 51% of the quorum that was established 1 hour after call to order today. We do have quorum. Sorry, I'll come right back to you. I'll come right to you. So that is in response to the question. Right now, yes, we do have quorum. We do have the mandate to proceed with resolutions. Microphone 1.
Chief Wilfred King, Gulbey First Nation. I don't know where the hell you're getting that magic number from. Like, I would think that you would count the delegates that are here in the morning and say, okay, we have 400 delegates of chiefs, and the quorum would be, I guess, 51% of that magic number that you got in your head. I don't know what number you're talking about. So, and I said, you will eventually lose quorum. So that number this morning, what was that number? And do we still have 51% of those people? And if we don't, what is that magic number that you're hiding from me, Miigwech? No.
Thank you, Chief Gull. I'll have to, Chief King from Giashkazagi. Again, the rules that you've given us say 1 hour after we call to order, we find the number. 1 hour after call to order today, there was a count in the room. We had, now again, remember, this was right after the speeches, everyone left for lunch, but we continued on. 1 hour after call to order, we had 69. We had 69 in the room. Pursuant to the rules you've given us to follow, in order for resolutions to be dealt with, we need 51% of that number, which is 36. When you requested a count, distribution did a count a few minutes ago. We currently have 89 in the room. Pursuant to the rules that you've given us, we do have quorum, and we can pass resolutions. Again, these are the rules that you've given us as co-chairs that we will follow. So you've asked, do we have quorum? Yes, we do have quorum. So thank you for the questions. Okay, microphone 2.
Chief Ramona Horseman, Horse Lake First Nation. So can we confirm now that resolution number 13 is completely off the table?
My colleague was dealing with that. Just to let you know, we are in an omnibus. We've spent a long time talking about it. Resolution 13 has been pulled. Resolution 13 will no longer be discussed during this omnibus. It is not on the table. We are dealing with the other resolutions, and we'd like to get to a vote. We have 5 chiefs at the microphones.
I still have one question though about that. Are you tabling it for another time so that I have to remember and put it in my calendar that I must be here in attendance to make sure that my displeasure of this even being at the AFN table? Because the King of England should be sitting here if you want to discuss my treaties, not the AFN.
So just to clarify the process, thank you for asking the question.
Okay.
What normally happens if a resolution is pulled, it will be dealt with after the omnibus resolution, resolutions. So normally, if we had lots of time today, we would deal with it today. I'm being practical. We only have 11 minutes to go. I don't even know if we can pass this omnibus resolution, but we're not going to get there today. I'm being practical. Normally, what we would do is deal with it later. Again, chiefs, a reminder on all resolutions. Every resolution, in order to be brought forward, it is your resolution. If a chief moves it and a chief seconds the resolution, it is brought forward. It is not the resolutions team that creates the resolutions, it is brought forward by chiefs, and those are the resolutions we deal with. So thank you for those clarifications, but we'd like to get a decision made on the omnibus, which does not include Resolution 13. Questions are being called, but thank you for the recommendation. I'll turn it back to my colleague to deal with the omnibus. You got you.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Adam. Miigwech, Adam, and miigwech to all of you. So I'm here now. We're going to continue with the draft result, the omnibus package on the rights and justice. I just want to mention that it's 20 past 4. We have 10 minutes. So here, it's not because you're by respect. It's not because you're in line that we have the time to go to everyone, but we will deal in this discussion period for 5 minutes, and then we will go to a vote. So in 5 minutes, we'll hear what we can hear. So we'll start now to microphone number 1, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, chiefs in attendance and delegates, elders, and the General Assembly. Thank you for the pipes that were lifted this morning and the elders who opened our meeting with a prayer. I just want to say congratulations to Cindy Woodhouse and all the candidates that ran for National Chief. My name is Sheldon Sunshine, and I'm Chief Procedural Lake Cree Nation in Treaty 8 territory.
As Chief Ramona stated, we have, for a long time, we've had concerns about the AFN. And I want to speak to the concerns about Resolution 13. I know it's been taken off the Omnibus, but I just want it on record. I want to record that Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation does not support this resolution, and we want it withdrawn completely. There are many other First Nations within Treaty 8 territory that are not part of the AFN. In fact, many have removed themselves. To pass a resolution that claims to speak for, represent, or create treaty interpretation principles on behalf of treaty nations to be integrated into Canadian legislation is a violation of our treaty. Our nation does not agree with the Canada United Nations Action Plan. In fact, there's an Alberta Assembly of Treaty Chiefs resolution that rejects it, as it was developed without free, prior, and informed consent. When our ancestors entered into treaty, they did so as sovereign nations that made international treaties. Our ancestors would never agree to have the spirit and intent of our sacred treaties reduced to interpretation principles that gets integrated under Canadian law. We exist as sovereign nations with the capacity and authority to speak for and represent ourselves on treaty matters with the Crown. We would never agree to give authority to non-rights-bearing organization or to develop treaty interpretation principles for our nation. Our nation will not endorse this process, and we want it on record that we strongly oppose this resolution. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak about the concerns that Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation has with this resolution. Again, I strictly ask that this resolution be withdrawn completely and that our opposition to it be noted on the record. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. So, once again, I confirm draft resolution 13 is pulled out. It is not on the table. At this time, we can hear only one more speaker, and for that, we'll go to microphone number 2, and you are the final last speaker on that before we go to a vote on this omnibus package. So microphone number 2, please, 4 minutes, up to 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to say my name is Eric Morris. I am Chief for Tasman-Clinton Council in the Yukon. Just to say that in the Yukon Territory, there's 14 First Nations that are there. 11 of them are self-governing with modern-day treaties. We have self-government agreements and land claim agreements. We're in the process of, some of us are in the process of negotiating justice agreements with the Government of Canada and Yukon. And I just wanted to, I know that in Halifax this past while, that there's always been a bit of a worry for us in regards to looking at some of the resolutions that are being brought forward that could impact some of the discussions that we have. And so I just wanted to mention that, but also at this time just to acknowledge the nations of these lands that we are on and give thanks to them for allowing us to be here to talk and have discussions, and to also to witness the work that's been done in regards to electing a new national chief. Give thanks to the ancestors of these lands and pray for the well-being of all of us that are gathered here today that chose to be here to do the work that needs to be done. You know, in regards to all of the things that we're doing, we wanted just to offer up our support and thanksgiving for our new national chief and wishing her the very best in the endeavors that she will be pursuing on our behalf. I know in resolution number 15 that it speaks to the communal protection orders for violent and repeat for offenders and First Nations. You know, like it just comes back to the situation of being able to ensure that the discussions we have with the Government of Canada, the Government of Yukon, that they won't be affected when it comes to the work that we're doing in the area of negotiating our justice agreements, and we want to ensure that it doesn't impede in any way, shape, or form.
Miigwech, so we still have 2 minutes. Yes, 2 minutes.
So I just wanted to ensure that...
Can you please state your name, please?
Sorry. Darla Jean Lindstrom, Corcus-Tagish First Nation. It was read earlier on the friendly amendment for 15. Do you want to read it?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Miigwech. Chief Sean Smith from Kwalendon First Nation. So we have a non-derogation clause we have here. First Nations have modern treaties that are nation-nation agreements recognized and affirmed under the Constitution Constitution Act 1982, and nothing in this resolution is meant to or shall be interpreted as to diminish, limit, impact, or supersede the ability of First Nations to exercise their inherent jurisdictions, to exercise and fulfill their rights and authorities under modern treaties, or to engage in their unique relationship with Canada. Thank you for consideration of this, the things we bring, and yeah, with much respect to everyone.
And just to close off, I know that in the past that there was a suggestion of looking at establishing a modern day implementation working group, just to look at developing that facet of work that the Assembly of First Nations takes on from time to time.
Which chiefs? Okay, so just, and thank you to reaffirm this amendment that has already be added as a additional clause in draft resolution 15 contained in this omnibus package on rights and justice. Thank you all for chiefs and proxies. We are now ready to go to a vote. So I'm going to ask now excuse me. I'm going to ask Encore if you can please open the poll on the Zoom platform. We are now voting on omnibus package on rights and justice, which contains draft resolution 14, 15 as amended, 16, 17, and 18. On the floor, chiefs and proxies. Any opposition to this omnibus package? Any opposition in the room to this omnibus package? Seeing none. Any abstentions in the room on this omnibus package on rights and justice? Seeing none. Do I see one? No, I see just a hand, but not the end that I'm looking for. So no abstention here. Okay, so technician, if you can please close the poll, yes, on the Zoom platform. Thank you. And I can confirm now that Omnibus B on rights and justice containing draft resolution 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 15 as amended has been is carried by consensus. Thank you so much, you all. And we just, yes, you can, yes, this is the right time to get an applause. And resolution is done for today. We don't have any more time for today, so I wanted to confirm two things here. The first one, as you all know, and as stated in the rules, the reading draft resolutions, including late resolution, will be deferred to the Executive Committee meeting for consideration or to the next Chief Assembly. If the draft resolution have been referred to the AFN executive, copies will be prepared and a package made available prior to the next AFN executive meeting. All resolutions passed by the AFN exec committee follow the same process as those passed by the chiefs in assembly. So this is a citation from the rules. Okay, and just before anything else, I need to make two announcements. I promised to mention that, and I'm gonna keep my promise. So, first, there's a bag with men's size 12 dress shoes was found. I don't know, I'm just reading here. Please don't kill the messenger. I'm reading that a bag with men's size 12 dress shoes was found, and someone has it with her, so please come please see Joyce at room 202 for this. I'm sorry, we're not looking for that here, so please see Joyce at room 202. And another thing was found, a diamond evil eye necklace was found. It is also in the AFN office located on the second floor. Please ask for Joyce, room 202. Okay, thank you so much. Congratulations for your work, chiefs and proxies. On that, I will now turn the floor over to Adam. Thank you so much. And I acknowledge the presence of National Chief Woodhouse. Thank you.
So at this point, we would like to begin with our closing protocols. Before we do that, I would like to invite our brand new National Chief, Cindy Woodhouse, to close the session and provide her closing remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, co-chairs. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, chiefs, proxies, knowledge keepers, youth, elders, and all delegates that attended this week. I want to also uplift the people that are traveling back home. And I just want to say that let's be united. I wasn't in for this afternoon because I was back to work for our chiefs. I know that there's many requests, there's many issues happening in our communities. I was on the phone this afternoon with the Prime Minister already. We need a new deal on policing. We need a new deal on housing, on making sure that our First Nations are getting the services that they need in their First Nation communities. And we also talked about economic development. I also want to acknowledge the call from the Conservative Party, Pierre Polivet. And it was a good discussion with him on different issues. And I know that he wants to talk about his platform going forward. I know that we have to have these discussions amongst ourselves, maybe not in such a public eye here, but you know, to push all political parties to make sure that they don't forget First Nations people. And I look forward to speaking to Mr. Jagmeet Singh at 6 p.m. and all other political parties and ministers that have been calling. We will be with you very shortly, but we have many issues that our people need to that need help with. Our chiefs are here. They're here wanting action for their communities, and I uphold that in a very good, kind, and humble way. I don't want to take too much time. I just want to say thank you for that. I'm here. I'll be here working for you every single day. Miigwech. Thank you.
Miigwech, National Chief Woodhouse. Oh yes, and just want to mention that there's a gala at 7 tonight. I don't want to forget to mention that. And now I want to announce the closing of the assembly protocols, as you already noticed. And I'm going to invite Anishinaabe Elder Rose Baudouin Wawati to give her closing prayer. Thank you very much.
Kwekina, miigwechkina kitindam nogum kagi bishaek kagi abi kitindatoch kitindatadik. First of all, I would like to congratulate the new National Chief, Cindy Woodhouse. And all the chiefs that ran. Thank all the people that traveled here, chiefs, elders, youth, who came here to help choose our new national chief. Thank you all. And we cannot forget our drums. Thank you, Miigwech. Thank you to the chair and co-chair, Weena and Adam. Miigwech. Thank you to our chief from Kitakanzibi, Dylan Whitehead. Miigwech, Dylan. And I say to all safe travels home. It's been a long 3 days, but yet it was a successful one. We did choose their chief. All chiefs did this job. This, what I hold in my hand, represents our original jurisdiction. Our ceremony pieces. This is what we need in our lives and traditional ways to holding ceremonies like this big event. It represents us as Anishinaabe people, the caretakers of this land, Mother Earth on Turtle Island. We have that jurisdiction. We have our own laws, and we have our own beliefs way before the newcomers came. For me, I truly believe it, and I talk about my chief when I first open it, and it always sticks with me. I'm not alone. Even though you see me alone out there, people that knows me, I'm never alone. And we are not alone. This is why we need our ceremonies, so the spirit of our ancestors be here with us. It took us 7 votes, 7 times. It shouldn't have, but it did. We forgot to bring our traditional ceremony pieces in here with us to bring it together. And for them to be here with us, our spirit, not only the spirit of our people, but all living things here on Turtle Island, because the Mother Earth presents that to us. She gave us that. Me was this, and I thank all of you. There was a woman that spoke about the flags. And for me, what I would like to see too, to have our own Anishinaabe flag for the Algonquin people. I'm here on behalf of my Algonquin First Nation. And for me, this is what I would like to see to be brought in here in our territory when we make elections. And I think this woman, she was pretty upset with the leading of the Canadian flag. I don't see that, and I don't believe in it. I believe in our own ways of life, our own tradition. And I thank that. And I know our new chief, our national chief, will do her job. And she will listen. And like I said, she will have to go and see her elders. She'll give her advice, not the government of Canada. And me, and for me, I'm not going to say much. I know everybody's tired. I'm also tired too. So I'm going to ask the Creator, and I'll give him thanks, so you could all reach home safely. And for all the hard work that people did here to make this happen. I saw people walking around, all the organizations, people that answered to one another to help. And I thank them all. First of all, too, I would like to thank my daughter for bringing me here and helping me because we need our young people. Miigwech discutin Alice. So I'm going to ask the Creator to stand with us. Miigwech benjigit. Kinkanage gongagigi send the manomajuto aki kanagumok. Miigwech the mugumgagi nagsich kieses the bakieses egishik. The bakieses nukshik ne sewin. Mamikana ga omagets. Mtik nibi squide. Wes isik. Shawen mukinijan shik. Kagip kesiot. Shawen makakuziot. Vidukan mak. Nibigak tem de Shawen. Kidiscudem nankagi kitipskinik. Springe gongivniki ande benjiges. Shawen mission. Miigwech, miigwech, miigwech. Thank you.
Miigwech to the Elder Rose from Kirigan CB. And now, I would like to invite Eagle River Singers for the flag song. When you're ready, over to you. Encore, thank you so much. So just before the drum play the song, the flag song, I want to thank you all, everyone, and say that we'll come after that, the two songs, but I just want to announce and declare that the meeting is adjourned, officially adjourned now. So thank you so much. I'll come back after. So Eagle River Singers for the drum song.
Yahweh,
Chimigwich. Powerful, beautiful Chimigwich, safe travels back home. Chimigwich to you all in the room, online. Chimigwich to my co-chair, Adam. And announcement, sorry. AFN open house Friday, December 8th from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. You're all invited to visit the new office at 50 O'Connor Street, second floor. Chimigwich all, it's an honor to be your co-chair. Thank you.